Ordre du jour.
Government Orders, Government Bills Commons, consideration at second reading of Bill C-77, an act to amend the National Defence Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts.
Madame Leboutier pour Monsieur.
Madame Boutillier for Mr. Sajan moves that Bill C-77, an act to amend the National Defence Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on National Defence. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. Mr. Speaker, thank you. I'm happy to speak for the first time as a Parliamentary Secretary to the Defence Minister and to talk in depth about this bill. As you know, our men and women in the armed forces provide extraordinary service to this country, and we thank them. And also, with respect to the Defence Minister with whom I work, this is hard work that we do every day to make sure that we have the right policies and legislation, because we know that we all owe a great deal to our military and to our veterans. And I'm also looking forward to working with the Defence Minister. I think we're going to do some very fine things. So as you may know, the Prime Minister asked the Minister to examine the justice system, and it is in this spirit that our government committed to examine, modernize, and improve the system of military justice. C-77 is a bill that will allow our system of military justice to be more in keeping with the system of justice the armed forces are entitled to. The military justice system is anchored in centuries of practice. Monarchs, generals, and political leaders recognize, and have done for some time, the importance of having a disciplined army. A series of studies done in 1998 and 2013 made it clear that have led to the system we have today. There are changes that have to be made, some minor, some more important. The men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces make extraordinary sacrifices every day in the service of their country. The changes provided for in the bill will improve our military justice system by making sure that it is based and that it supports the armed forces in order to maintain discipline and morale in their ranks. These changes reflect also our wish to promote reconciliation and renew our relationships with Indigenous peoples. They will discourage prejudice-motivated behavior and hatred-based behavior. They will protect the rights of victims, and we will help support our family on the defense team. Before going on, I'd like to get back to the fact that the Auditor General proposed recommendations concerning the administration of military justice. We thank the AG for his important work and accept his recommendations. Unfortunately, this report reflects the negligence of the preceding government, but also it constitutes an important element in the process of military discipline and morale in the armed forces. These recommendations will allow us to improve the system. Contrary to the preceding government, we are determined to improve the efficacy of the system. I can tell you that the Judge Advocate General is well committed to implementing this plan of action in order to respond to the 9 recommendations of the Auditor General. As well, there will be a performance metric which will allow us to evaluate how the military justice system is working. This will help us in the way files in the military system are managed. But, Mr. Speaker, it's not only speeding up the system. We want it to work. We want it to work well and for everyone. I would like to talk about some of the changes we propose with this bill because I hope to have the support of all colleagues in this important initiative for all our men and women in uniform. For example, summary hearings to improve the flexibility and efficacy of the system will allow the chain of command to deal rapidly and fairly with minor breaches. More serious cases will, of course, be referred to courts-martial. There will be no more summary proceedings, and military commanders who preside hearings will be limited to sanctions, non-criminal sanctions, in order to deal with breaches in military order. There is another important change, and it has to do with the ways the sentencing process happens for Indigenous persons. We are all deeply concerned by the fact that Indigenous people are overrepresented within our criminal justice system, but I'd like to point out that this situation of overrepresentation does not exist in the military justice system. It is because of concrete measures like the ones mentioned that we want to strengthen our nation-to-nation relationship and advance on the path to healing. The changes are also based on our ongoing efforts in Operation Honor and will bolster an environment that is positive and respectful. And obviously, quite apart from this bill, any inappropriate sexual behavior is completely unacceptable and will not be tolerated in the Canadian Armed Forces. This is why within Operation Honor, definite measures have been taken to eliminate this kind of behavior. We want all our members to be able to perform their duties in an environment that is free from harassment and discrimination. But getting back to the bill, we will be enshrining the rights of victims, and we want the system to be more victim-based, and we want victims' rights to be protected. We will ensure that the military justice system is in keeping with the civilian law with respect to LGBTQ2 persons. In June 2017, the government added gender identity and expression to the list of prohibited grounds of discrimination in the Canada Human Rights Act. And we have put great effort into changing the culture in the armed forces through Operation Honor. This is one more step in this direction. It calls for harsher sentences and sanctions for breaches and offenses based on hatred or prejudice with respect to gender identity or expression. The biggest change in Bill C-77 is to enshrine the rights of victims in the military justice system. We want them to be informed, protected, and heard throughout the process. There are new provisions in this bill that will have a clear impact. We will have a declaration that will give a voice to victims. This declaration will protect new rights for victims, for example, the right to information, which will make sure the victims understand the process. And also they will be informed of how to bring a complaint, because the military justice system can be difficult to understand and it can be intimidating. The bill provides for the appointment of liaison agents for victims. They will guide victims throughout the process and inform them. Victims will also have the right to be informed about the hearing, about the prosecution and penalties against the person who has caused them harm. There is also the right to protection. This guarantees the security and privacy of victims, and protects them against intimidation and reprisals. There is also the right to participation, which guarantees the right of victims to make sure that their point of view is taken into consideration. Victims can also present a victim statement before a court-martial in order that the military judge be able to determine the appropriate penalty or sentence. Bill C-77 will allow for the presentation of statements on the military repercussions of a breach or an offense, and this will then be communicated to the military community. Also, the right to compensation because of the harm that they have endured because of an offense. Mr. Speaker, this bill would bring changes that are indispensable to make our system evolve and move forward. And it finally introduces a more victim-based approach and protects their rights. This bill, I think, should be supported in order to bring in a better system, a better military justice system for Canadians. I am convinced it is the right thing to do, and I hope to have the support of all colleagues in this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires? L'honorable député, the honourable member for Victoria.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to congratulate the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for his presentation on this important bill. I want to assure the House that the NDP will be in full support of these positive changes, the modernization of which he spoke, and our goal would be to expedite debate in this place so we can review this bill in the committee as quickly as we can. Like the Parliamentary Secretary, I would like to say to those military families who may be watching our proceedings today that the NDP, like the Minister, salutes you and thanks you for your service in keeping our country safe both home and abroad. And to those veterans who are watching, the reform of military justice, I'm sure they would agree, is long overdue, and that's why we're here today to support these important amendments. Now, Mr. Speaker, the one issue that I would like to raise with the Minister is to ask whether he agrees with us that we should remove self-harm as a disciplinary offence. People who actually report or found that self-harm activities, potential suicide attempts are reported may face disciplinary action as a consequence. We think that's wrong. We would like to know whether the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary agrees with us, and if so, will he work to amend the bill accordingly in committee?
Honourable Secretary of Parliament.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Well, I thank my colleague for his question, and I also thank him for his cooperation in bringing forward this bill and victims' rights statement. With Bill C-77, we want to strengthen victims' rights. And, Mr. Speaker, it's very important for our government, and with respect to the rights of victims, it will be guaranteed throughout the justice system. I know that the question put by my colleague has to do with another subject, but Mr. Speaker, we want to work in cooperation with our colleagues, and I can assure my colleague, Mr. Speaker, that we are ready to look at various things that will help improve our system to make it more just and more efficient. But we do want to, above all, strengthen victims' rights. We want a more just and fair system for victims. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. I thank my colleague for his question, and I thank my colleague for his speech. This bill back, because what justifies their having waited 3 years to do this? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't think that this is a carbon copy of the preceding bill, because the former government tabled its bill at the very last minute, before the last election. And our bill, their bill rather, didn't take into account Indigenous people. This bill is hardly a carbon copy, and as I said, it is based on victims' rights, and we also want a greater place made for Indigenous people and for LGBTQ2 persons. And there could be other changes made as it is studied.
The Minister has said that no relationship is more important to this government, or indeed all of Canada, than the one with our First Nations. And as a government, we've also done everything that we can do to make sure that our communities are more inclusive of members of the LGBTQ2 community. Can the Parliamentary Secretary tell this House the impact that this bill will have for members of these communities within our Canadian Armed Forces?
Secrétaire parlementaire du ministre de la Défense nationale.
Alors, je remercie.
The Parliamentary Secretary, Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague, and as I said, we have put Indigenous people and the LGBTQ2 community at the very heart of this bill, and we are determined to strengthen victims' rights in the military justice system. Besides respecting victims' rights, there is a provision to bring in a special kind of Indigenous justice system, and we are also protecting Indigenous people and the LGBTQ2 community. These provisions were not in the former bill that the Conservatives tabled at the very end of the last government, and this is why our bill is very different from the former one.
Member for Northwest Territories.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the bill proposes the introduction of a victim liaison officer. So my question to the Parliamentary Secretary is to what is the role of his or her to ensure that no victim is left behind?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Je remercie mon collègue pour la question.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and as Parliamentary Secretary, with the number of briefings I've seen, what I do understand is that the military justice system is very complex for some people to understand, and it's precisely for that reason that this bill that we are putting in place will ensure that victims are well informed and in a position to exercise their rights, and that involves the appointment of a liaison officer. And that liaison officer, Mr. Speaker, will help the victim to understand the code of service discipline, obtain information they're entitled to. So that's why this bill, Mr. Speaker, warrants support in this House. It's a bill that will ensure that victims have the information they need to understand the military justice system, and that's why we think that this bill will make a fair system even fairer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bonavista Buren Trinity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, too, would like to congratulate the Parliamentary Secretary on his comments on Bill C-77. Specifically, though, I'd like to ask a couple of questions. How does the new defence policy of our government inform this bill? And how does this bill help victims in the military justice system? I don't know if you could elaborate on that for me.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Je remercie mon collègue pour sa question.
I thank my colleague for his question. The defense policy that we put forth places our service members in the forefront. The defense plan revolves around them, people who are working there, and this policy is one of the best policies that Canadians will acknowledge we have put in place. We have support from the troops. This policy, Mr. Speaker, the defence policy, follows on the heels of Canada-wide consultations from sea to sea, the commitments, and it reflects the commitments we've made to our men and women in uniform. We will equip them with the equipment they need, and it's from that optic and that perspective, rather, that we put forth this policy that reflects our government's commitment to investing in our Canadian forces and not to cut the Canadian forces as the Conservative government did over the past 10 years.
Response, the honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to congratulate the government on bringing this forward. And as my colleague from Victoria mentioned, we will be supporting this bill and working very hard in committee so that it can become law. I just wanted to follow up on my colleague's question from Victoria to give the parliamentary secretary perhaps another opportunity to address the issue around military justice and self-harm. What we know is that those who come forward seeking help within the military would be turned in for discipline should they be found to try to commit suicide. What safeguards does the government, the Liberals, going to put forward to address the real needs of mental health supports in the military to ensure that services delivered free of punishment and disciplinary actions? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, this bill and our policy places serving members first. They need all of the services they require under the Defence Act, for example. And by modernizing this bill, by making the concrete changes we are making, there will be more resources and a better understanding of the military justice system in depth. We are here to support people throughout the process because we know the military justice system is very complex, and we want to ensure that victims have the assistance they need in that regard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg or Saint-Charles. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise this morning on behalf of my colleague, the member for Selkirk Eastman, to speak to Bill C-77, an act to amend the National Defence Act. As you know, I served 22 years in the Canadian Forces, and like many of my colleagues on both sides of the House who've served in the House, we all know that national defence is a highly complex field. For civilians, it's perceived as a closed environment. What happens in the forces stays in the forces. It's unclear for civilians. We had our own code of service discipline, and we did things our way. Now, fortunately, things have changed. To evolve with society, and to achieve that, we do need to adapt. The basic function of our armed forces remained the same. What that involves is preparing troops for a potential conflict. So we can't act the same way as we do in civilian circles. When we teach someone how to shoot in order to potentially have to use that weapon against an enemy, well, that is something that's very specific and requires a very different way of proceeding. That's why it's so important to have a military justice system that is very strict and well monitored. When I was a unit commander, I had to judge a summary trial in my role as commander. Different cases, different levels, very minor offenses, such as someone who hadn't shaved in the morning, that there were fines for that. There were also cases that were more serious. But each time, especially in the more serious cases, for example, in a military bar one evening, a soldier started to fight. It got serious. There were injuries. So that was an example of a serious case. And over the years, we realized that discipline was important, and people who committed these offenses were punished with fines. They were demoted. Some of them were removed from the forces. But victims were not at the heart of these trials. Military victims or civilian victims oftentimes weren't considered because the Army, the Canadian Forces, put the emphasis on punishing the offender and not the surrounding environment. Now, things have changed. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have always taken victims' rights to heart. Conservatives have always been concerned about victims. The previous Conservative government took major steps to protect Canadians and to defend victims of crime. As you know, the biggest priority is to ensure our fellow citizens are safe, and that was a top priority for our Conservative government. Victims' rights must always remain at the heart of our laws and our discussions. Victims must have a strong voice. They must be heard. Not remain isolated in victim mode. No, they need to speak and be present in the justice system. The previous Conservative government committed to changing things to ensure that our streets and communities were safe for Canadians and their families. We took tangible action to hold offenders responsible for their actions. We have a record that includes the Safe Streets and Communities Act, reforms to the criminal non-responsibility, and cyber legislation on cyber intimidation, among other things. The Conservatives have believed that for too long the criminal system placed criminals first and foremost. We believe that victims should be there. They are entitled to protection, information, participation, and restitution. That is why we adopted the Victims' Charter of Rights, legislative measures which were historic in nature and which were enacted in April 2013. Our previous Prime Minister, Harper, Senator Boisvenu, Minister Peter MacKay were ardent defenders of victims' rights. You know Senator Boisvenu. His own daughter was murdered. Alongside the member for Lévis-Chemin, worked hard to put in place the Charter of Victims' Rights. And this charter is currently at the heart of what we do to protect victims of crime in Canada. We salute the Canadian forces who want to implement legislation to protect victims, to acknowledge the rights of victims. This is essential, Mr. Speaker. There are 4 pillars: the right to information, protection, participation, and restitution. It's also important that any future legislation commit to ensuring the rights of victims of criminal action. These measures need to require parity among the judges, and this needs to be acknowledged in legislation. Protecting rights entrenched in the law is important, and as a result, a position of victims' ombudsman must be created to respect these new provisions. A permanent position of a liaison officer is essential to the application and implementation of victims' rights in this field. Now, as you know, Mr. Speaker, there is an ombudsman position that currently exists in Canada. The federal victims ombudsman position was created in 2006. But unfortunately, that person with the mandate is independent of the Department of Justice. And the position has been vacant for many years, and the Department of Justice refuses to appoint someone being represented and protected as criminals are. However, the position of correctional investigator, another position that exists, was filled 2 weeks after the previous person vacated the position. This is an affront to victims, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-432, which was brought forth by my colleague from Beauport, dealt with the victim's position, ombudsman position, to bring it up to a level, to the same level as the other position, but that was defeated in Parliament. A charter of victims' rights for victims is one thing, but not enforcing the application of it is something else. In civilian circles and military circles alike, the Liberal government must have this charter and the two positions fulfilled to ensure that victims' rights are defended. Otherwise, they will be victimized a second time through a lack of action. As I mentioned in a question to the Parliamentary Secretary, C-77, which we will be supporting in passing, stems from a previous act proposed place by the Conservative government several years ago. It was C-71 at the time, and it's not to be confused with the current C-71. At that time, the C-71, which was under our government an act to amend the Defence Act, dealt with victims in the justice system. It contained the Victims' Charter of Rights, and we had converted that into legislation. It was the result of several years of work and took into place hundreds of consultations and submissions. My colleague opposite said that the government had held extensive consultations, and in our case, we had also held hundreds of consultations across the country as well. The legislative measure proposes to give victims better access to information, enhanced protection, more participation, and enhanced restitution. Mr. Speaker, as I've been saying for several moments now, this will be a complex issue, implementing C-77. If the three parties here support it, it's because everyone wants it to go to committee quickly. But I hope and I believe that in 2018, National Defence understands the reality of victims. At present, in the civilian system, it's difficult to have victims heard. As I mentioned with the Ombudsman, the position hasn't been filled. There isn't a system for protecting victims. So what I'm concerned about is that this is simply going to become a pious wish. If this on the civilian side, there are problems, and the civilian side is difficult. If we're still having trouble helping victims there, I have trouble understanding how, in this very closed, discipline-oriented military system, we'll be able to take into account victims. This will be a significant challenge for commanders in the armed forces, for the government in place. It will be important to ensure that the issues such as the Ombudsman are implemented, given a clear mandate, so that the new act is enforced and enforceable. There are a number of mechanisms involved, a culture that needs to be changed. And I think that people are there now. They're ready for that. Now, 30 years ago, I see my colleague opposite. He was in the highest ranks of the Army. He knows the reality. He knows that at that time, the mentality was very different. Now, serving members who enter the forces are doing it for the profession of arms. They want to serve their country to the best of their ability, physically, intellectually. And the victim component is something that people have a better understanding of. So I hope that I expect that the chain of command accepts this legislation and ensures that it is effective and makes it work. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives commit to defending victims of crime, to ensuring that they have a stronger voice in the justice system. Our Conservative government adopted the Victims' Charter of Rights. We are for the entrenching of victims' rights in legislation for the military. That's why we introduced our C-71 back in the day. The Conservatives will always defend victims of crime, and we are in favor of sending C-77 to the National Defence Committee as quickly as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Victoria.
And I would like to thank the honourable member for Scarborough-Haute-Saint-Charles for his speech and also for his service through long years of service in the military to his country. I had the honour of travelling with him to Passchendaele last year, and I know of his commitment to the military. Mr. Speaker, through you, I'd like to ask him, he referenced, of course, the Canadian Bill of Victims' Rights that the Conservative government brought in the last session. And this bill, of course, is finishing the work of the previous Conservative government in overhauling military justice. They started that in Bill C-15 back in 2013. My question is, why did they not, the Conservative government, extend the Victims' Bill of Rights to those in military justice back then? Why are we doing this now, several years later?
Honourable Deputy Scarborough-Saint-Charles.
The honourable member. I thank the honourable member for his question. The Bill of Rights was received royal assent in 2015, and you know how things work with these procedures. I can't tell you why in the day it hadn't been incorporated immediately. However, I believe that in the previous C-71 it mentioned the Bill of Rights, but because it hadn't been enacted, we couldn't simply put it in place, and a new government took power. I can't comment on it any more than to say that.
Question, commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from my colleague across the way. For many years, I believe that there have been many expectations that we would see the types of changes that we've implemented in this legislation, and that overall it's been received quite well from what I understand. We have the New Democratic Party virtually wishing the legislation well in terms of advancing to committee stage. Does the Conservative Party have some specific amendments that they would like to see to the legislation, or do they see it as a whole as legislation that they would like to advance to the committee?
Honourable Member for Scarborough-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the question. Well, for us right now, there might be some amendments that we'll bring forward, but overall, we are largely in favor of C-77 in its current form. There are details that need to be checked, and I can't tell you today whether there will be amendments or not. I can't tell you definitively, but for us, it's important that this bill go to committee as quickly as possible in order to get it through quickly.
Questions and comments? Question, commentaire. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as I indicated from the outset in response to the Parliamentary Secretary's speech, the NDP is very, very proud to be supporting this bill. And as was said in response to another question just now to the Conservative member, our position is that we want to get this bill to committee as soon as possible. Of course, no bill is perfect, and we have some suggestions, I think, of a constructive nature that would deal with strengthening the rights of Indigenous people serving our country in the military. And as I indicated in a question to the Parliamentary Secretary, we believe that the Code of Service, the service offences, the discipline changes ought to occur to address those who attempt to take their own lives, a far too common occurrence in the military. We don't think that should be the subject of discipline as it currently is now. We think a more compassionate approach is required, and therefore we're going to work, I hope, in arm in arm with the government and the Conservatives to see if we can affect those changes in committee when we get there, just as soon as we can. Now, just a little bit of background, Mr. Speaker. This bill before us enacts reforms to the military justice system that were left out of Bill C-15 from the previous Conservative government, and which received assent way back 5 years ago in 2013. And it's not clear why the Liberals didn't introduce changes earlier to complete the system, but I think better late than never would be how I would summarize the position that we find ourselves in. We believe that this is a good piece of legislation, and we're not alone in taking that position. It was said by Lindsay Rodman, a fellow of the Global Affairs Institute in the Globe and Mail earlier this year, that by establishing a Victims' Bill of Rights in the military, as this bill does, it will mirror protections that already exist for Canadian civilians with one additional provision, and that is a provision that's in this bill calling for the creation of someone called a victim liaison officer to help shepherd the victim through the justice system. And Mr. Speaker, we think that is a very laudable step for the armed forces to take, and I think it will go some distance to deal with the pernicious issue of sexual assault in the military. So I commend the government for realizing that, and I think that step, although not sufficient in and of itself, will be, I think, very valuable in getting more justice for those particular kinds of victims. So I salute the government for such a creative position. What happened until Bill C-77 is enacted, and what exists today, is commanding and designated officers with often no legal training preside at summary trials in the military justice system. Summary trials are where most of the action is, where most of the offenses are dealt with in a summary fashion, the vast majority. These people are not legally trained. They're not required to prepare a transcript of the proceedings, so there's no ability effectively to appeal. There's no requirement to apply rules of evidence to assure a fair trial. An accused can be compelled to testify against herself or himself, so there's no constitutional right to protection against self-incrimination. Adverse inferences can be drawn from the silence of the accused, and the accused cannot be assisted by legal representation. Now, Mr. Speaker, those are serious drawbacks in our system of military justice. And as I'll say in a moment, it didn't need to be this way. Other countries have given criminal justice in the civilian courts over in the context of military discipline. In other words, there is no similar provisions as we find in the National Defense Act of the kind that are before us today. So I think the need to overhaul rights for the accused is as important as dealing, as the government so laudably has, with victims in this military justice system. So perhaps you'll forgive me, Mr. Speaker, if I try to put this debate in a slightly broader context. Why do we have a separate system of military justice in the first place? People watching this debate may wonder that because other countries have not chosen to do so at all. For example, Netherlands, Germany, Austria, Belgium, France, they have removed criminal offenses from the jurisdiction of military courts. So their military have the same rights in the same courts as civilians. So Canadians may wonder, why is it that we do have this separate system of military justice? And why is it so important that in this bill we move to modernize it and bring it into compliance and conformity with the rights that Canadians elsewhere have? I think that's a fair question. Well, the answer to that is the courts of Canada have long accepted that there needs to be a separate military justice system for people in the military. Chief Justice Lemaire in 1992 in the Supreme Court of Canada said that the purpose of a separate system of military tribunals is to allow the armed forces to deal with matters that pertain directly to the discipline, efficiency, and morale of the military. I want to repeat that. That pertain directly to the discipline, efficiency, and morale of the military. Those words are now found in the amendments that are before us today. The recognition, the confirmation by Parliament of what the Supreme Court has said in their very words. Those words were also repeated in a subsequent case in 2015 by Justice Cromwell in the Moriarty case. But the difference is that the court now has said you don't need to have things pertain directly to the military. There doesn't have to be what Justice Cromwell called a nexus to the military. there was just a broad understanding that we need to have this separate code as a consequence. So people might ask, why is it that we need to have a separate code of military justice? And indeed, the Charter acknowledges that that will be separate. For example, there's no trial by jury. Section 11 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms itself acknowledges that there will be military tribunals and military law. So even in our Constitution, we accept that that would be necessary. And that these offenses can occur, I remind you, Mr. Speaker, abroad or in Canada. If our military men and women are serving in Mali, they'll be subject to the same sort of code in that country, not the country in question where they're serving, but under Canadian military law. And there's a special code of service discipline, which is at issue. And Part 3 of the National Defense Act before us adds this Declaration of Victims' Rights to that code, but that code contemplates that we need, for purposes of discipline in the field, to have a separate disciplinary jurisdiction for service offenses that may be, as my Conservative colleague acknowledged, not offenses in the normal course of criminal law, but pertain particularly to the need for military discipline, no matter where people are serving. So profession of like arms, misconduct in the presence of the enemy, mutiny, disobedience of a lawful command, desertion, absence without leave, negligent performance of duty, and conduct to the prejudice of good order and discipline. Well, that's a pretty broad waterfront of things that can go wrong if you're serving in the military. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, there needs to be broader rights granted to the accused so that they can face their accuser with the same kind of rights that Canadians have come to expect under our Constitution and under our criminal law system. And that is why this bill is so important and also so long overdue. What does this bill do? Well, among other things, we've talked about the victims' rights aspect of this bill, but it also deals with a number of important principles that would change dramatically the military justice system. And I think I'd like to just make sure that I get the wording right in describing that. But among the things, there's, in addition to this Declaration of Victims' Rights in the Code of Service Discipline, there are other things that are added or amended in that code. That, first of all, it confirms that the purpose of the code and the fundamental purpose of imposing sanctions are to protect the privacy and security of victims and witnesses in proceedings involving certain sexual offenses, specifying factors that a military judge can take into consideration when determining whether to make an exclusion order, and a lot of additional changes to the rights, to the way in which witnesses can testify, even allowing them to do so with a pseudonym in appropriate cases. Things that would never be permitted in normal courts, but which are recognized as important, as I said, in the context of the unique requirements of discipline in the military. There is the ability on application to make publication bans for victims under the age of 18 and so forth. So it seems to me, Mr. Speaker, that there are some really positive changes in this bill that need to be supported on all sides of the House. For several years, we've had the concept, for example, of victim impact statements. Why wouldn't that be applicable in the context of military justice? There's no reason why not, and I'm proud to see that the bill would allow that to occur in these circumstances of military justice as well. So as I said, Mr. Speaker, we have two types of military justice, two parallel tracks, as the courts have said. Regular civilian criminal law and the Code of Service Discipline and Part 3 of the National Defense Act. And the goal of this bill, as I understand it, is to bring those in closer harmony so that more and more the accused have the rights that we have discussed and take for granted in the criminal justice system, but taking into account the needs of military discipline as well. So it's going to be a balancing judgment. When this bill gets to committee, there'll be some things which we may want to address in order to ensure that we've got that balance right. It's, I think, by everyone's acknowledgement in this House, it's an enormous improvement over the status quo, but we still have quite a considerable distance to go if we're going to get that balance right. And I'll just speak to two things that I think need to be addressed when we get there, when we get to committee and have the opportunity to roll up our sleeves and deal with this in trying to achieve the best balance. I believe we need, Mr. Speaker, to have greater protection from those suffering from mental illness. I know in my riding, and I'm sure in the riding of every member in this place, we have seen people who have suffered post-traumatic stress disorder. We used to call it shell shock in the First World War. Now we see it manifesting itself in so many different ways. And we see people coming home that are crippled and wounded, not just in physical sense, but they're wounded mentally. And in the 21st century, we have to do better to provide justice for those people who put their lives on the line for us, but come home and often find that they haven't got the services that they need. What about when they're serving, however? Those are when they get home as veterans. What about when they're serving in the forces? Will they be stigmatized if they attempt suicide? Will they face disciplinary sanctions because it's a problem in terms of the line of command, in terms of discipline? We can't have that, Mr. Speaker. In a civilized country like ours, acknowledging as I do the need for discipline, we cannot have people penalized for crying out for help because of a mental disorder, probably exacerbated, if not caused, by their service to their country. We think that has to be fixed, and we're going to work with the government to fix it when we get to committee. We think that there have been some things, as acknowledged, to improve the lot of Indigenous people who serve in the military. That's something that I think is long overdue, but we think when we work constructively in committee that we can make some positive changes to that as well in the bill. I think that the judges are allowed to take into account in this new bill the circumstances of Aboriginal offenders when determining sentencing. Now, that's been since 1999 the law in the rest of the land, in the Gladue principles, but it needs to find its way into the Code of Military Justice, and it will, thanks to Bill C-77. Is that sufficient? We have some suggested improvements when we get there to committee. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that this bill should be understood as completing the reforms to the military justice system that were proposed under the previous Conservative government, but left out when Bill C-15 was adopted in the 41st Parliament. It's taken over 2 years to have us get here, for the Liberals to finish the job and get this bill before us. I think you'll see that we are getting there. We have improvements that are before us. And I think that everyone in this House, and I'm very happy this morning to note the goodwill on all sides to get this right, we need to be treating our military with the same kind of rights, largely as they are entitled to in our under the Charter. Now, the Charter does apply to military justice. I didn't want to leave you with the impression, Mr. Speaker, that because there's reference in the Charter to military justice and military tribunals, saying that no juries will be part of that system, to suggest somehow that the Section 7 legal rights of the accused, etc., are not fully there. But the problem is, as you know, Mr. Speaker, there's limitations on the Charter. The government has the ability to say that the charter rights of an individual civilian may be larger than those in the military, because they can say, you know what, those limits, we can demonstrably demonstrate that those limits are justified in a free and democratic society. And that's how the courts, that's how the military justice system gets to kind of erode the rights that otherwise would be available to members of the Canadian Armed Forces. They say, hey, these limits are required because of the nature of being in the military. And I understand that, but as much as possible, of course, our goal should be to ensure that those rights are as close to those available in civilian courts as not. I need to say, Mr. Speaker, that Mr. Justice Gilles Letourneau formerly of the federal court, and Professor Michel Drapeau, a retired colonel in the military, have written a book called Military Justice in Action, a gigantic tome that demonstrates that there is a huge body of law here that the JAG and other people who are defending military before court-martial appeal tribunals and so forth have had to learn. So I think it's now well entrenched since we've had a military in this country that there are these parallel tracks. The goal of Bill C-77, it seems to me, in short, should be to demonstrate why the limits that are there, legitimate limits for morale and discipline, cannot approach those in civilian courts. If other countries have seen fit to eliminate military justice in the criminal context and giving it entirely over to civilian courts, I think it's up to the government to demonstrate why the rights of the accused are somehow less simply because they join the military. You might say they should be broader because those people are the patriots who are putting their lives on the line for the rest of us. However, I do acknowledge continually that the courts have made clear that legitimate discipline and morale issues in Canada have been affirmed to require a separate track. Our job, Mr. Speaker, in short, as we address Bill C-77, is twofold. To make sure that the rights of the victims, the declaration that this bill contains, is not simply an empty declaration, but is that we can make sure that those words mean something to those who have suffered as victims, and equally important that the rights of the accused are as broad as those that other Canadians enjoy, unless the military can justify and demonstrate clearly that they need those restrictions on charter rights for purposes of discipline. I think this bill goes a great distance to achieving that goal. We're going to work with the government to make sure we get it right, and we look forward to the opportunity to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I think we'll leave the 10 minutes for questions and comments when the House next gets back to debate on the question. But now we're going to go to statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member,
The honourable member for Brassard Saint-Lambert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we're celebrating a historic trade agreement, the first anniversary of the between Canada, CETA, between Canada and the European Union. Exports make up 60% of our GDP. Canada's competitiveness and its openness to new markets, the accessibility of its markets, especially for small business. CETA is an amazing agreement between Canada and the United States and Europe. And many businesses have seen an increase in their business. It benefits Canadians by having created a market of millions of consumers in Europe. The honourable member for Beauport de Beaupré et d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We seldom talk about people who contribute to what we are, and I want to take this opportunity to thank them. Since I came back to Ottawa in 2015, these people have become my second pair of eyes, my second voice, and they support me in everything. Without them, I couldn't do my best. And I'm talking here about my assistants and colleagues. Thank you to Denis, Guylaine, Thomas, and Suzanne, who do extraordinary work in my writing. Here at Ottawa, Isabelle and Michael, who guide me through the angst of parliamentary business every day. I'd also like to thank my Conservative family, and I'd like to thank my leader who encouraged me to fight even harder faced with so many Liberal failures. To all these people, thank you for being there for me.
Villanova.
Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to rise to celebrate one of the most giving constituents from my riding of Central Nova, Mr. Archie Contact. With the help of our community, Archie has collected over 70 million pop tabs over the last 23 years. He's been instrumental in not only diverting them from landfills, but cashing them in to help make wheelchairs and to use money for those in need. As a child, Archie himself used a wheelchair for 12 years, but through much determination and rehabilitation, Archie was able to walk again. He says that he'll never forget what it was like to use a wheelchair and wants to help others living with that reality. The going rate for tabs is about 50 cents a pound, and to get a wheelchair, Archie needs to collect an astounding 3 million pop tabs. To date, he has helped secure over 22 wheelchairs, which has helped others regain their mobility and independence. Those wishing to help Archie can drop pop tabs off to Summer Street Industries in New Glasgow, head to the local bottle exchanges, or visit our friends at CACL in Antigonish. Archie shows us that you can do it, and that a little pop tab goes a long way.
Honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, today is World Alzheimer's Day, a day where organizations around the world raise awareness for Alzheimer's and dementia. In Saskatchewan, it's estimated that 20,000 residents will be diagnosed with a form of dementia by 2020. That's a health issue affecting more people than the population of our province's fifth largest city. Today, I rise to salute the outstanding efforts of the Alzheimer's Society Saskatchewan. Not only are they on the front lines helping those in need, but they're leading the way in the search for a cure. Last year, the Society was active in 302 communities across Saskatchewan. A day's work may involve helping families come to terms with a recent diagnosis or guiding people through what to expect as the disease progresses. Or it may mean connecting people to the services they need. For many, the Society is a lifeline. I invite all members of this House to join me in thanking the Alzheimer's Society for their outstanding service to the people of Saskatchewan and across Canada.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Oakville.
Mr. Speaker, it is with great pleasure that I rise to celebrate the Canada Summer Jobs Program in my riding of Oakville. Employing youth in our community truly benefits all involved. Over 370 students contributed this summer in meaningful and positive ways to our small businesses, nonprofits, and public sector organizations. In turn, students gained relevant work experience and earned money for post-secondary education. Over the course of the summer, I was able to see firsthand the amazing contributions students were making to my community. I went paddling on 16 Mile Creek in an outrigger canoe with student leader Aiden and the kids at Wainui Canoe Camp. I practiced French with leaders Caitlin, Madison, Sean, Jade, and Florence, and the young campers at Camp Tournesol. And Mr. Speaker, I even learned the Swan Lake pose with Kira and Blythe and the young ballerinas at Ballet Au Maine. All this was made possible by our government's increased funding for the Canada Summer Jobs Program. I'm thrilled that so many organizations in my riding participated in the program and so many students benefited. Thank you.
Honourable member for Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, my friend Ray Gideon recently passed away at age 85, leaving behind his wife Violet, his children Wayne, Carrie, Nola, and recently deceased Linda, 12 grandchildren and 20 great-grandchildren. Ray was born near Edson and spent all his life there. He trapped and built a very successful contracting company. His children have followed in his footsteps. His grandchildren continue to work Ray's original trap line. Ray was a special person, believed strongly in politics, and was part of the political history of my region. Ray was not afraid to tell you when you were doing right or wrong in government. He had many hobbies, most related to the outdoors. That kept him busy, but he always found time for pranking his family and friends, teasing people, and of course, razzing the little ones around him. He loved and lived for his family and community. At the back of his land, there was an area he cherished. The landscape was breathtaking. It was part of his heaven. And now he is there. Goodbye, my friend. You will be deeply missed by all.
Well done, Jim. The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Monday, Canadians of Chinese, Korean, Japanese, and Vietnamese descent will give thanks celebrating the Mid-Autumn Festival. Also known as the Moon Festival, this is a time for family and friends to celebrate the fall harvest and to be thankful for the past year of success. Loved ones will gather to enjoy traditional mooncakes, light lanterns, share stories, give gifts, and admire the beauty of the full moon. Tonight, constituents from my riding of Don Valley West will mark this event at the Mosaic Living Club and at Top Kids Education Centre with good food, fun, festivities, children, and families. As communities from across this great country come together to celebrate, let us all look ahead to a future filled with prosperity and good fortune. From my family to everyone, Mr. Speaker, happy Autumn Festival.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, students from all over Canada went back to university, cégep, and college. We can be proud of our post-secondary institutions, which are of international caliber.
1968 Canadian Rhodes Scholars and their spouses to Parliament Hill today for their 50-year reunion. This includes my father, Bruce Amos, and Pontiac constituent Rick French. The Rhodes Scholarship to study at Oxford University, of which a number of our honourable colleagues in this chamber were recipients, is the oldest and most prestigious graduate scholarship in the world. The recipients are motivated to engage with global challenges, commit to the service of others, and show promise of becoming value-driven, principled leaders for the world's future. The class of 1968, comme l'ensemble des récipiendaires de la bourse et des...
The class of 68, like all Rhodes Scholars, can serve as role models and examples for all those returning to their studies. Thank you.
Communion Bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the Armenian Canadian community and Armenians around the world, celebrating the 27th anniversary of Armenia's independence. After 7 decades of Soviet domination, 27 years ago today, the Armenian nation regains its independence. Through a history of genocide, persecution, and foreign domination, the Armenian people have prevailed. The recent event in April 2018 was positive proof of Armenia's strong commitment to international and democratic standards. Canada has had great relations with Armenia and Armenian people, and we urge the government to continue strengthening those relations and work together to establishing a more harmonious and peaceful South Caucasus. Please join me in wishing Armenians in Canada and around the world a happy and memorable Independence Day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Monsieur le Président, nous célébrons aujourd'hui.
We celebrate today Armenian Independence Day.
Armenia have had to fight for a country to call their own. In 1918, they were able to establish the first Republic of Armenia. However, in 1920, the Soviet Union invaded and took control. It was not until 27 years ago today that Armenia was able to re-establish its independence. On September 21st, 1991, the people of Armenia voted overwhelmingly in a national referendum in favor of creating their own country. In my riding of Scarborough Agincourt, there is a strong Armenian Canadian community. This summer, I had the opportunity to attend the Armenian Cultural Centre's Summerfest, and it was wonderful to see the vibrancy of the community here in Canada. She nor ha vor enk nar.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, I was pleased to recently announce an investment of almost $4 million for 42 new affordable seniors housing units in my riding of Ottawa West Nepean. These units are being built directly above the Carlington Community Health Centre. Seniors can simply take the elevator downstairs to access the doctors, nurses, and other services that they need. This will allow seniors to live independently longer so they can be healthier and happier. This innovative housing model could be replicated across the country. It is an example of all levels of government, the nonprofit sector, and the community working together to find solutions for low-income and vulnerable seniors. Conjugué à notre stratégie nationale de logement,
along with our national housing strategy and governments between the province and the federal government, we want to give all Canadians the chance to succeed.
George.
I rise today to speak of Darren Anderson. Darren and I grew up in Williams Lake together. From his earliest years, all Darren wanted to be was a firefighter like his grandfather, father, and uncle. He wanted to be the best there was. As a husband to his beautiful wife, Michelle, and as a father to his daughters, Grace, Noah, and Sophia, and as a firefighter. Serving for 17 years in the Strathcona County Fire and Rescue, Darren rose through the ranks to become lieutenant. He even started the FireFit program for Strathcona County. And just 12 days ago, he competed in the National FireFit Challenge and won bronze for his age, over 40. Sadly, 7 days later, Darren lost his battle with PTSD. Mr. Speaker, Darren loved life. He loved his family, and he loved his job. I spoke to his mom, Marlene, and his father, Gord, last night. And still reeling from the death of their son, their concern focused on those left behind. His friends, his family, his fire family, even the young paramedics that attended the Humboldt tragedy. They asked me to convey this message to his colleagues. Darren was so honored and proud to be part of the firefighting and first responder family. Please take care of one another. Take a moment to ask one another if they are okay. Please be well. To Gracie, Noah, and Sophia, your dad truly was a hero and made a difference in the world. He touched the hearts of all who knew him, and he will be greatly missed.
Alfred Pellant.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. September 21st is World Alzheimer's Day, and in Canada more than 1 million people are affected by this cognitive disease.
Of roses for people affected and their families. The disease is like an eraser on your memories, and it is hard to see them being wiped out in your loved one's heart.
In these moments of distress, we all need a helping hand. In Alfred Pellant, we have the honor of having the Laval Alzheimer's Society, which helps many people in my riding. You are a precious resource for those suffering and their families and a source of comfort. So thank you to the Alzheimer's Society of Laval and all organizations across the country for your assistance.
People cannot access the federal services they need to live in dignity. Seniors, people with disabilities, living with poverty, new Canadians are frustrated and flooding my Nanaimo Ladysmith office with desperate calls for help. Whether they're seniors waiting for pensions that they need to get by, worried taxpayers trying to reach Canada Revenue Agency, or families seeking critical information from Immigration Canada, they face deeply frustrating obstacles this government has failed to fix. Government phone lines are jammed, websites don't work, processing backlogs cause wait times to stretch from days to weeks to months to years. And workers are frustrated too. I know Canadians deserve better treatment. So let's undo the damaging cuts that the Conservatives made. Let's rehire frontline staff, let's reopen regional offices, and let's invest properly in our vital public services.
Member for Yorkton Melville.
The Prime Minister's summer of failures means Canadians have fewer jobs, less opportunities, and uncertain futures. Part of this failure is due to the steel and aluminum tariffs across the Canadian-U.S. border. Initially, Canada was exempt, as the President indicated would continue to be the case if our Prime Minister ended China's use of Canada as a route to dump steel into the U.S. His reluctance to do so drew what he had to know what was coming: export tariffs. The only card he had: import tariffs. The Prime Minister failed to put Canadian jobs and families ahead of his desire to impress China rather than work with our largest trading partner. One of my steel manufacturers that requested a remission of surtax said they were told decisions will be subject to consideration by interdepartmental committee, potential consultation with other interested parties, and require a decision by the Governor in Council to take effect. They have no available domestic supply for raw material and are not interested in downsizing or laying off their employees. The Strategic Innovation Fund won't offset the impact, and overseas purchases aren't viable. On behalf of the economic drivers in my riding, Mr. Prime Minister, we cannot afford your failures.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Acadie, Bathurst. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have been anxiously awaiting the return of the House so I can publicly congratulate Madame Raymond Dabelle-Leblanc from Caraquette in my riding of Acadie Bathurst. Madame Leblanc was awarded the national title of winner of small business in the category retail business for her entrepreneurial excellence within the Francophone community. She founded her business, Singer Leblanc Vacuum Cleaners, with her late husband, Armand, over 45 years ago in the heart of the Acadian Peninsula. She sells, installs, and services sewing machines, vacuum cleaners, and central vac systems. The key to success, she says, is customer service and top quality products. We are all very proud of you, Madame Leblanc, and bravo for this acknowledgement of your extraordinary work in your community. Thank you.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister of Veterans Affairs said he was uncomfortable funding PTSD treatment for someone who never served a day in uniform and is in prison for the cold-blooded murder of a woman who did wear a uniform. What makes veterans uncomfortable, Mr. Speaker, is watching a minister that acts like a tourist in his own department. He doesn't read reports, he doesn't keep his promises, he's impotent to act. When will the minister apologize to veterans and the family of Constable Catherine Campbell and revoke veteran benefits from this murderer?
Hear, hear. Hear.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague opposite and colleagues here know that we stand alongside the Campbell family. For reasons of confidentiality, as the Minister said yesterday, it is impossible to comment on the details of this specific case. However, the Minister with the department has asked for an investigation to better understand how the decision was made, and that is what we will do, Mr. Speaker.
Durham.
Mr. Speaker, that is a failure of leadership for the Campbell family and for all veterans. I can assure that member that I know veterans benefits quite well as a veteran and former minister. There are absolutely no programs or benefits where a non-dependent, non-veteran would qualify for Veterans Affairs funding. The killer's father said the PTSD came from the murder. The killer's lawyer told the court the PTSD came from the murder. How can the Prime Minister and that member stand in this House and defend a decision that is both profoundly wrong and morally reprehensible?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, in this specific case, we know full well that Canada is grieving Ms. Campbell. This is an exceptional situation. It should not have occurred. The member opposite also knows full well that, contrary to the Conservatives, we understand that when a veteran serves, the family also serves. That is what we have heard, and that's not here. We're going to be dealing with this specific case. It will be dealt with.
Monsieur le Président, le ministre.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Veterans Affairs misled veterans regarding the lifetime pension. Publicly attacked in the newspaper one of the defenders, and is going to meetings with veterans without having read briefing notes. And now the minister is unable to acknowledge that a murderer is abusing our system. When will the minister apologize to veterans? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs. Mr. Speaker, what we can do today is to express our sympathy and acknowledge the horrific act, what happened to Officer Campbell. As the Minister said yesterday, for reasons of confidentiality, we cannot address this specific case. The decision was made, and we are currently investigating why that decision was made. What I can say today is that we understand that when a veteran serves, the family serves as well. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I think once again we can see that the Liberal summer of failure continues. This is a specific case. Chris Garnier was convicted of murdering a female police officer. He's receiving benefits for PTSD for having killed that woman, except that he never served in the Canadian Forces. If the Prime Minister doesn't realize at the head of government that he doesn't need to wait for the permission of an official to make a decision, well then we've got a real problem here. This is an injustice and an insult for the family. Will the situation be resolved now? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that my colleague opposite will join us with all in the House to grieve alongside this family. It's very unfortunate to hear small politics being played on serious dramas and cruel dramas like this one. We find this situation horrific. For reasons of confidentiality, we cannot comment on the matter before the House. But when a veteran serves, the family serves as well. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Let's not talk about compassion, Mr. Speaker. We've got compassion for the victim. Yes, so that's why we're here today. That's exactly why we're here today. Chris Garnier is a criminal, a murderer, and he's the one receiving the benefits for PTSD. He's never served in the Canadian Forces. All veterans wait 9 months for an assessment and wait even longer for benefits, and now we've got this criminal who's never served receiving money. This isn't a confidential issue. It's an injustice. When is this situation going to be fixed? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, our heart goes out to the family of Ms. Campbell. We have great compassion for the family. We find cases like this very onerous. We understand that when a veteran serves, the family serves as well. That is what I want others on the side opposite to understand. We will always be there for the families. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals keep repeating that their most important relationship is the one with Indigenous people. Always the same old song. However, today the Minister of Natural Resources said that he would be going ahead with Trans Mountain without announcing anything about consultations with Indigenous peoples. We're talking about a constitutional obligation to consult and accommodate. How dare the Liberals say that they continue to say that this is their most important relationship when clearly their priority is to build this pipeline? Indigenous peoples can't simply be an afterthought. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for her question. It's clear, Mr. Speaker, that we want to move ahead in the right way on the Trans Mountain project. That means we need to hold consultations with the Indigenous peoples. If we continue the way things have already been done by ignoring Indigenous peoples, that's not what we want to do. We want to proceed differently. We want to ensure that we are consulting on how we can move ahead together. That is what we are doing, and we will have more to announce in the days to come.
This morning, 2 Liberal cabinet ministers announced a new and improved plan to proceed with the Trans Mountain pipeline. In the last election, the Prime Minister came to my riding of Victoria and promised to redo the Conservatives' failed approval process. Instead, he used it. Now he's using the same process again and expecting a different result. The courts just told the Liberals that their consultation plan with Indigenous peoples was insufficient. And now we're supposed to give the Liberals a do-over? Mr. Speaker, how can they expect to use the same game plan and get a different result? And now that they own the pipeline, how can First Nations possibly believe it'll be fair this time?
Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government remains committed to finding the best path forward following the decision of the Federal Court of Appeal in consultation with Indigenous groups. I'm disappointed with the question from the member opposite because at the end of the day, they expect us to continue in the same fashion that has been done forever. We want to proceed in a different way. We are asking the First Nations how we can make sure that we work together to create to make sure that we have that right path forward as we work together in that direction. Merci, Mr. President.
Imagine, Mr. Speaker, you pick up your phone only to hear the government say you owe them money. That would certainly give me a scare. In fact, 60,000 Canadians have received scam calls from India masquerading as the CRA. These calls especially put new Canadians and vulnerable seniors in danger. You'd think this would prompt the Liberals to act. Well, you'd be wrong, Mr. Speaker. The Indian Police Commissioner said, and I quote, "Nobody contacted us from Canada. It doesn't seem right." Well, we agree. Can the Public Safety Minister explain why Canadians have to depend on the CBC to unearth this scam and protect Canadians?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the issue with respect to telephone fraud and scams has been in the public domain for quite some time. It didn't just burst on the scene last evening. And the government has made it very clear that Revenue Canada does not approach its clients by telephone. It deals in the appropriate manner with the collection issues. It does not conduct its business over the telephone. And as the RCMP noted last night, the best way to head off this problem is by education and prevention, rather than trying to enforce the provisions after the fact.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. It's even more absurd. How come they haven't taken any action? Some 60,000 citizens from across the country have complained about a telephone scam where fraudsters were masquerading as members of the CRA. New immigrants are easy targets for this type of fraud. How is it that a CBC investigation has uncovered the source of this fraud? What did the Minister of Public Safety do to protect citizens if he was aware of this? The Honourable Minister. Our government expresses sympathy to Canadians who have disclosed personal information to fraudsters or given money. The CRA has provided detailed information in order to help Canadians to detect emails, fraudulent calls, and to protect them from this type of fraud. Never, Mr. Speaker, and this applies to all Canadians and for all information, never does the Canadian Revenue Agency ask for payments to be made over the phone. I would encourage all victims of fraud to make a complaint with Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, there's a new Vets Canada drop-in support centre just blocks from Parliament. Veterans have access to immediate support, food and gas cards, bus tickets, support from social services, veteran volunteers, and much, much more. In its first 2 months, this charitable organization received 65 emergency veteran referrals from VAC case managers. So why does a convicted, incarcerated criminal who murdered a policewoman receive VAC funding while Vets Canada is fearful of losing its funding in the next few months?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For reasons of confidentiality, as you know, we cannot comment on this specific case. Our hearts go out to the family of Officer Campbell. We are currently conducting an investigation to determine how this decision was made.
Melville.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister of Veterans Affairs said veterans just need to raise their hands and they will receive treatment. Veterans suffering from mefloquine poisoning have had their hands up for years while doing everything they can to care for their wounded and comfort those who have lost their sons and daughters in dismay because the Liberal government refuses to do the right thing. The murderer of Officer Campbell got the ear of Veterans Affairs. Why can't they?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary, Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we express our sympathy for this incident and we take very seriously our responsibility to protect the privacy of veterans and their families. However, we all know that the department has requested an investigation in order to look into this specific case. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. For a year, I sat on the Veterans Affairs Committee, Mr. Speaker, and I met with the veterans who are disappointed and in despair, in fact, because it takes so long for replies. Their claims are refused based on far-fetched reasons. The minister is a minister, and it includes discretionary power. When will the minister take some action and reverse this disgusting decision? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are all grieving because of this tragedy, and what I can say is that we have opened a centre of excellence for PTSD
There is a suicide prevention strategy. We've reopened offices across the country that had been closed by the Conservatives and have treatment plans for people suffering from PTSD. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans. Mr. Speaker, it's unacceptable. Chris Garnier was found guilty of murder and desecration of a body in the death of Officer Catherine Campbell. He's receiving benefits from the Department of Veterans Affairs for PTSD treatment when he never served in the armed forces. In answers the Liberals provided yesterday, no one mentioned the police officer who was a victim of this barbaric attack. Can the Liberal government review this absurdity and for once stand alongside victims instead of criminals? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, all members in this House grieve alongside the Campbell family. I think I've mentioned the Campbell family name several times today, but we need to maintain confidentiality here, and that is what we will do on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, it's a sad situation in this country when the Prime Minister and these Liberals are saying that Canada's veterans need to stand behind a convicted murderer in order to get benefits. I'm asking the Parliamentary Secretary to put down the talking points. Right. Do what's right. What's right for Constable Campbell's family, what's right for Canada's veterans, and cancel these benefits today.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I don't need notes to say that we express our sympathy to the Campbell family. This was a horrible incident. What I can say today, however, is that we respect the fact that when a veteran serves in the family serves as well. And we will continue to serve all who are members of the department.
Canada's veterans are quite frankly outraged by this, and so is the family of Constable Campbell. In fact, her Aunt Mandy Recchi wrote on Facebook that Garnier has twisted the system and she is sickened by this. Liberal leader in Nova Scotia, the Premier of that province, Stephen McNeil, said he was initially stunned and shocked by Garnier receiving these benefits. If a veteran who murders somebody who is serving in Canada's military commits that murder, they lose all their benefits, and so do their family. Garnier should do the same. Stand up and do what's right.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary, the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, our hearts go out to the Campbell family. For reasons of confidentiality, and I know that the colleague opposite would like me to say more about this specific case, but it is not possible to say or provide any additional information on this specific case. We need to respect the confidentiality for the victim, the family, and all people in all of their loved ones.
Ladysmith.
Last week, yet another boat was wrecked off the Sunshine Coast. Storm season has hit, but coastal communities are being asked to wait, again, despite dangerous abandoned vessels polluting our oceans. The Liberals' program will remove just 23 abandoned vessels this year across the entire country. And we just learned that the promised inventory of wrecked vessels hasn't even started and won't be ready before July. How can the Liberals justify to coastal communities that at this rate it will take more than 40 years to deal with this pollution backlog?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, our government is implementing a comprehensive plan that is addressing abandoned, derelict and wrecked vessels in Canadian waters and includes new legislation that puts this responsibility and liability on vessel owners to properly remove and dispose of these vessels. This also includes funding for the removal and disposal of high-priority abandoned and wrecked small boats, including in the riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith. We are moving significantly beyond the complacency of the Harper Conservatives on this issue because we realize it makes a difference in the lives of Canadians.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago, a huge rockfall destroyed the South Okanagan irrigation canal that is essential to the orchards and vineyards that are the backbone of the local economy. The BC government has stepped up with a pledge of $5 million to help fix this, but we need the federal government to match that amount. Unfortunately, it doesn't fit in with the domestic water works that are funded by infrastructure or the innovations that are funded by agriculture. So will the Ministers of Infrastructure and Agriculture pledge today to meet with me to find a way to get this project out of the bureaucratic crack that it has fallen into?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay, for whom I have a lot of respect. Absolutely, I'll be meeting with him in my office. Mr. Speaker, it allows me the chance to talk about our historic investment in infrastructure in this country, more than $187 billion over 12 years, which will see our government invest across our country in green infrastructure, in public transit, in social infrastructure, in rural and northern communities. We're going to be the cities of tomorrow. We're going to improve the lives of Canadians from coast to coast to coast, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, with cannabis legalization only 26 days away, police forces across the country are holding off on ordering the THC saliva tester, the Draeger 5000, that the Liberals have endorsed. They're stalling because there's no science linking THC in saliva to impairment, and there are reported problems with the functioning of the device in cold weather like Canadian winter. The police have said that they're not ready. So what is the Liberals' plan to actually protect Canadians from drug-impaired drivers?
Honourable Minister for Border Security and Organised Crime Reduction.
Mr. Speaker, let's talk facts just for a few minutes again. First of all, the approval of this device was based on the advice that we received from the scientific community, the Canadian Society of Forensic Scientists, Drugs and Driving Committee. The device that was approved was thoroughly tested by that committee and was subjected to significant testing by the the National Research Council. The RCMP, the OPP, the Sûreté de Quebec, large municipal police services and small municipal police services across the country have begun to use this test. It's been field tested in Canadian circumstances. This is precisely what Canadian police chiefs asked us to provide. They were met with indifference by the opposition when they asked, but we listened.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, sadly, in less than a month, recreational marijuana will be legal across Canada. While the Liberals rush ahead with this irresponsible plan, police services across Canada are saying they're not ready. I've personally spoken with a number of police officers who have very serious concerns about this reckless plan. Why is this government willing to rush ahead to risk the safety of Canadians just to fulfill a campaign promise, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Minister of Border Security.
Mr. Speaker, I actually prefer to allow the police leaders of this country to speak for themselves, and so I went to the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police. I asked them about their state of readiness, and yes, there are some individual chiefs who express some anxiety because they're absolutely dedicated to keeping their communities safe. But, Mr. Speaker, we've provided them with the resources, the authorities, the technology, and the training that they said they needed to be ready, and I have every confidence in their continued ability to keep our communities safe.
Member for Sturgeon River, Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's summer of failure is costing my constituents dearly. First Nations in my riding, including Alexander and Enoch First Nations, are poised to reap major benefits from Trans Mountain, yet this Liberal government and Prime Minister have failed them. Today, the Liberals announced half measures, and we still don't know when or even if the Trans Mountain pipeline will be built. When will the Prime Minister stop failing and set out a complete plan to actually ensure this critical pipeline gets built?
Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the Trans Mountain project is an investment in Canada's future. Our government continues to have every confidence in this project. We are going to move forward in the right way. The court has provided us a clear path forward, and we intend to take it, but we will make sure that we take the time to get it right and not rush like the Conservatives would do in the past. Today's announcement is an important first step towards addressing the issues identified by the court while continuing to deliver the highest levels of marine protection that Canadians expect of our government. Merci, Mr. President.
For Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week I was in my riding and stopped by a locally owned operating oil drilling operation. There aren't nearly as many of those as there used to be. Many skilled tradespeople are out of work. Now the Liberals' failure to get Trans Mountain expansion built is even more costly to the jobs in my riding. Today's announcement does nothing to get Albertans back to work. My constituents just want to know, Where's the full plan?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians realize that now more than ever we need to diversify our markets when it comes to our energy resources, and that's what we plan to do, but we must do so in the right way. Today, we have decided to do three things. First, we have instructed the National Energy Board to reconsider its recommendations, taking into account the effects of project-related marine shipping. Second, we will present the NEB recent government actions to protect the southern resident killer whale and to implement the Oceans Protection Plan. And third, we intend to appoint a special marine technical advisor to the NEB. We are committed to ensuring that the NEB has the expertise and capacity to deliver the best advice to this government. We look forward to having more to say in shortly, Mr. President.
For Desnathy, Miss Nippy, Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, for months, people in northern Saskatchewan have been fighting for safe and affordable public transportation. When the provincial government cut funding to the STC, I asked if this government would step up. The Liberals chose to answer no. This government simply does not understand that public transportation is a necessary service for many in the north to see their doctors, to have surgery, or to welcome a new baby. Why does this government continue to let down the people of northern Saskatchewan?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
To thank my honourable colleague for the question. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we're investing across Canada. Our plan for infrastructure is more than $187 billion, which will see obviously investment in northern and rural communities in public transport. I can assure you on this side of the aisle, Mr. Speaker, we are committed to delivering 21st century infrastructure for Canadians, which are modern, resilient, and green. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, since the shutdown of the STC, many women fleeing domestic violence have had to hitchhike or turn to Kijiji to get a ride to a shelter. It's unconscionable for a so-called feminist government to know this and do nothing. Last January, the Minister of Innovation told this House that his government would work with me to look for a meaningful solution to this crisis. To this day, I have heard absolutely nothing. So maybe I can ask the lone Saskatchewan minister this time. What will he do to ensure that people in Saskatchewan have safe, reliable public transportation?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for the question. I can assure her that I'm working with my Saskatchewan colleagues. We want to deliver for the people of Saskatchewan. I think there'll be good news coming, but I can assure her that she can come see me or the Minister of Public Safety and my colleagues. We will always be there for the people of Saskatchewan. We will deliver the infrastructure they need, and we'll work with the province to make that work.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa Vanier.
Canada will soon become the official co-chair of the Open Government Partnership. And next May, in that capacity, we will host a summit of this important international organization. Our approach to open government data is being internationally recognized. Can the Minister of Digital Government update this House on Canada's global ranking?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Monsieur le Président, j'aimerais remercier.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Ottawa Vanier for her question.
We have made real progress on open government. I'm proud that yesterday the Open Data Barometer has ranked Canada #1 in the world, saying that our efforts are raising the bar and how consistent political backing has been one of the keys to our success. Since taking office, we've unmuzzled government scientists. We've made ministerial mandate letters public, and we've reinstated the long-form census. We will continue to make government more open, transparent to Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, it truly has been a summer of failure. The border is a mess, the deficit is growing, we are losing jobs, the middle class is paying more and more tax, and Canada is losing status internationally. And the Prime Minister spent $4.5 billion of taxpayer money to buy a pipeline he can't build. Trans Mountain would create jobs and help re-stimulate our economy. Will the Prime Minister tell Canadians what the full plan is to get shovels in the ground and build this expansion?
Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At a time when 99% of our energy exports are to one market, more market alone in the United States. Canada realized that we need to expand our markets, and that's why we have confidence in this project. But we must move forward in the right way. We must take the time to properly assess all our obligations to move this project in the right way. We will not take lessons from the Conservatives, who still to this day believe that consulting Indigenous people is a suggestion and not a legal obligation. Mr. Speaker, the majority of that caucus still believes that climate change doesn't even exist to this day. Voilà. Merci, Mr. President.
Honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Mr. Speaker, after a summer of failure on everything from trade to taxes to pipelines, business investment in Canada is down, taxes are up, and Trans Mountain remains in limbo. Ontario manufacturers are now looking south of the border to invest because this Liberal government cannot get its act together. The piecemeal approach announced today to build Trans Mountain isn't inspiring confidence in anyone. Mr. Speaker, when will this government stop failing Ontarians and finally get Trans Mountain built?
Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, for 10 years, the Conservatives could not get 1 inch of pipeline built to new markets. We have to have a plan that addresses the concerns raised by the Court of Appeal. We need to make sure that the issues that have been raised are properly addressed. We will take the time and put the resources in place to make sure that we get this right. Merci, Mr. President.
Honourable member for Lakeland.
Conservatives, 4 new pipelines were built, and 2 of them gave access to the Asia-Pacific and to the Gulf Coast. Today, the Liberals utterly failed to deliver a comprehensive concrete plan to get the Trans Mountain expansion built. And it's been 2 years since the approval and 3 weeks since the Federal Court of Appeal said the Liberals failed on their own consultations with Indigenous people on the Trans Mountain expansion. And today, they proved how little they actually care about building pipelines and getting energy workers on their jobs in Canada. They provided no certainty for Canadians who want to get back to work. And they've said all of this before. The pipeline will be built. There will be timelines. They promised shovels in the ground. And today, they said absolutely nothing about when construction will start or when it will be completed. Where is the plan for the Trans Mountain expansion?
Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives expect to use their same old ways and expect a different result. The court has been clear, and we will follow the court's path forward that they have provided us. We need to make sure that we meaningfully consult with the First Nations, and as well, you know what, ensure that the Oceans Marine Protection Plan is properly put in place, address with the NEB all of the shortcomings, and move forward. Thanks, Mr. President.
Member for Lakeland.
They promised that plan 2 years ago, and they failed. And the Liberals inherited 3 applications for major oil pipelines to international markets. Companies invested millions to plan their multi-billion-dollar proposals because they were confident a Conservative government would give certainty to get so that they could build them. But the Liberals vetoed Northern Gateway, then they killed Energy East with red tape, and today they gave no details about the Trans Mountain expansion and when construction will start and be complete. Today they failed hundreds of thousands of Canadian oil and gas workers. So simply, where is the plan, and why on earth should Canadians trust a single word they say now?
Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, let's talk about 10 years of inaction under the previous government. By failing to build new pipelines, Conservatives got 0 Canadian resources to new markets, costing Canadians billions of dollars a year. At a time when 99% of our energy exports are going to one market, we need to expand our markets. The previous government failed Albertans, failed Indigenous peoples, failed to protect our environment, and they failed to get a resource to new markets. We will not be taking their advice, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, every party leader in Quebec supports the idea of a high-frequency train and is anxiously awaiting for it to be funded. The only person who isn't in agreement is the Minister of Transport. He has $11 million worth of studies sitting on his desk, but he still can't make a decision. The time has come to take action. Citizens are tired of waiting. The economy, environment, and development of our regions depend on it. Mr. Speaker, will we have to wait for the next election campaign for an announcement about this? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Our government is taking the best approach to delivering in safe and reliable passenger rail service in Canada. While the Harper Conservatives left Via Rail with aging train cars, we are replacing Via's cars and locomotives for use in the Windsor-Quebec City corridor, ensuring that they remain safe and comfortable and generate fewer gas emissions. On top of this, we are doing our homework with regards to ridership and are actively working with Via Rail to fully evaluate our options when it comes to high-frequency rail.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, for years, I've been calling on the government to create a strategy for cell phones in rural areas. But every time I ask a question, they answer by talking about the internet, as though it's the same thing. Access to a high-quality cell network is an issue of security and economics, and it's part of our daily lives. Even the government of Quebec is tired of waiting. It paid the federal government's share of 2 cell tower projects in Abitibi-Témiscamingue and Lac-Saint-Jean. Is that the Liberal strategy? Wait for the provinces to do their job for them? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, our government promised Canadians they would improve telecommunications infrastructure and telecommunications prices, regardless of where they live. We started by looking at the competition, and we invested in broadband to connect up many far-flung and rural areas. We also invested in 5G technology. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to invest in telecommunications for our rural areas, and as I'm sure we'll see, Mr. Speaker, this will be necessary for them. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, the former Minister of Fisheries was very cavalier about his ministerial responsibilities when he was found to be in conflict of interest. He should have done the honourable thing and recused himself from the selection process for awarding fishing licenses. But the minister certainly can't plead ignorance. Mr. Speaker, no one is above the laws and regulations set by the Ethics Commissioner. When will we see real consequences for the Liberals' total lack of ethics? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs.
And I think my honourable colleague already knows that the Commissioner's report have said that there has been no benefit or preferential treatment that has been given. Mr. Speaker, we will definitely not take lessons on ethics from the Conservatives opposite. We all remember the issues around Dean Del Mascro and the situation that has happened there. But, Mr. Speaker, I want you to take a good look at the Conservatives' former Minister of Public Works, who was found guilty of actually giving preferential treatment when he was in a cabinet position to advance his own friend's private sector business. We do not need to take lessons in ethics from it.
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me correct the record, because the Ethics Commissioner actually found this minister, the former Minister of Fisheries, guilty of providing a contract that would benefit his family. Now, Mr. Speaker, I can understand if the honourable colleagues have been put up to actually talk on this and they haven't read the report. But, Mr. Speaker, they are continuing in absolutely deceiving Canadians. Mr. Speaker, why does this minister and his colleagues continue to deceive Canadians?
Secretary to the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have to reiterate once again, first of all, we have all looked at this report and we've looked at it thoroughly, because as honourable members of this House, we always want to do what's right. We always want to make the right decision. And, Mr. Speaker, the Commissioner has looked into detail into this particular situation, and the report has been very clear, and that is that there was no preferential treatment given in this particular case, and I want to make sure that the member understands that fully, and that the process that was undertaken by the Ethics Commissioner was a full and thorough process.
Member for Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, guilty. 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 Guilty of breaking Canadians' trust. Guilty of furthering his family's interests. Guilty of Liberal entitlement. Guilty of breaking ethics laws. The first Prime Minister in the history of our country to be found guilty of breaking ethics laws. When will the Prime Minister start holding his guilty ministers to account so everyday Canadians are no longer built out of their money and their jobs?
Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and what a lecture that is. You want to talk about being guilty? let's talk about being guilty, Mr. Speaker, and let me remind the members opposite of their time in government when they featured members in their own caucus in leg irons because of corruption, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what about the former...
The Honourable. Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is just at my right, and I'm having quite the difficulty hearing what she has to say. I'm sure that other members would be interested to hear that as well. So we'll try and keep the noise down here a little bit, and we'll go back to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, to the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really appreciate your intervention. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to remind the members opposite who stand today with these questions about their time in government. I want to remind them about a member of their caucus that was taken out in leg irons, Mr. Speaker, the former Parliamentary Secretary to Prime Minister Harper, who actually served time in prison for violating the Elections Act, and you can stand today and give us lessons in ethics.
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Glengarry, Prescott Russell.
Mr. Speaker, today we're celebrating World Alzheimer's Day, an annual event where people all around the world come together to raise awareness about Alzheimer's disease and other forms of dementia. Dementia, including the Alzheimer's disease, affects more than 400,000 Canadians aged 65 and over, 2/3 of whom are women. With Canadians living longer lives than ever, this number will likely go up. Can the Minister of Health tell this House what the government is doing to help people with Alzheimer's disease? The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague and friend from Glengarry, Prescott Russell, for his important question. As a social worker and as a daughter, I have seen the effects of Alzheimer's disease and dementia.
Dementia and Alzheimer's is an absolute priority for our government, and that's the reason why that we invested an additional $20 million in Budget 2018. We also launched the Ministerial Advisory Group on Dementia. Together, we will continue to work to make a difference in the lives of those living with dementia and including their families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal summer of failure in addressing the concerns of small business owners is causing serious harm and driving out investment from this country. Raising taxes on passive investment, limiting sharing of business income, raising CPP premiums in 2019, and hiking EI premiums by 3%, plus a carbon tax on everything. Mr. Speaker, when will the Finance Minister stop failing small business, or does he believe, like the Prime Minister, that they're nothing but tax cheats?
The Honourable Minister of Small Business and Export Promotion.
This is exactly why we lowered the small business tax rate to 9%, to allow business owners to save thousands every year and to reinvest in their businesses to create better middle-class jobs. Small businesses represent a large share of all businesses, and most jobs are created in the private sector and drive our economy. We promised small businesses that we would help them, and that's what we're doing. We will never stop working for them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, today marks the one-year anniversary of the signing of the Canada-European Union Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement, CETA. Can the Minister of International Trade and Diversification inform this House of the benefits that this agreement has provided to Canadian consumers and businesses? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of, Diversification of International Trade.
Thank you. And also, I'd like to thank my colleague from Vaughan Woodbridge for his timely question. Since CETA came into effect 1 year ago today, Canadian exports have increased by $1.1 billion over the year prior to CETA. That's trade flowing on everything from chocolate to lumber to services. By putting the interests of the middle class first, more Canadian companies are benefiting from unprecedented access to 500 million consumers. This is the type of trade diversification to new markets that will position Canada for success for decades to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Pont-Neuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After the Liberals' summer of failure, will the government at least help our Canadian businesses? In Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, business owners are ready to invest to create a cooperative of foreign workers, which would fill an urgent need for labor and allow them to pursue their operations. I call on the Minister of Labor to find a solution for this project, which requires no government investment and would help remedy our urgent lack of workers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Labour.
Mr. Speaker, I've been working on the temporary foreign worker file for 5 years now. Very differing opinions from all the stakeholders. One thing they can agree on, though, that Jason Kenney jigged this program up so bad, it actually hurt Canadian workers and Canadian businesses. We are committed to making sure Canadians get first crack at the jobs. We are committed to making sure we don't have downward pressure on wages. We want to make sure foreign workers have the same health and safety protections as Canadian workers, but we want employers to have access to the jobs. He jigged it up. We will do our best to unjig it.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Yesterday, when answering a question, the Secretary Parliamentary to the Minister of Natural Resources said that the Energy East pipeline could rise from the ashes if TransCanada so decides. Worse, he said that the government's decision-making process would be exactly the same as under the Conservatives. So, no review by the BAP in Quebec, no approval from the Quebec government, no environmental assessment, as was planned for under C-69. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll give the government another chance. Can the Parliamentary Secretary confirm that he will be using the same process as the Conservatives and doesn't intend to respect Quebec's environmental laws? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's really interesting to hear the Bloc Québécois and the NDP talk about pipelines because they don't want to see any pipelines built in this country. They don't care about their about consulting First Nations groups. In terms of Energy East, as I said, the process is in place and it's up to TransCanada to decide if they're going to withdraw their investment or not. It's their decision. It's up to them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Pierre-Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, on September 15th, the newspaper La Presse reported that the Minister of the Environment issued a ministerial order about the Port of Montreal and Contrecoeur. Even though I'm sure that the order was issued in reaction to legitimate concerns, I wouldn't want Canada to use the striped chorus frog as an excuse to block the project. $750 million in investments and 15,000 jobs for local families are at stake. I'd like some reassurance. Does the government believe in the expansion of the Port of Montreal and Contrecoeur? Yes or no? The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure. I thank my colleague for the question. Obviously, the port in Contrecoeur is an important project for Montrealers, Quebec, and Canada. I'm confident that the Minister of the Environment will study this file with great attention and will be able to answer a future question on the subject here in this House. That concludes question period for today.
I have a notice of a point of order. The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been consultations among the parties, and I hope you will find the unanimous consent of the House for the following motion: that, notwithstanding any standing order or usual practices of the House, Bill S-245, an act to declare Trans Mountain Pipeline Project and related works to be for the general advantage of Canada, be deemed to have been read a second time and referred to the Committee of the Whole, deemed considered in Committee of the Whole, deemed reported without amendment, and deemed concurred in at the report stage, and deemed read a third time and passed.
Does the Honourable Member for Kawartha, Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Yes! No? There is no consent. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. Introduction of government bills. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement. Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation interparlementaire.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages 3 reports of the Canada-United States Interparliamentary Group. The first concerns the Canadian-American Border Trade Alliance Conference held in Ottawa, Ontario, from May 6th to the 8th, 2018. The second concerns the U.S. congressional meetings held in Washington, D.C., United States of America, from May 15 to 17, 2018. And the third concerns the 11th Annual Conference of the Southeastern United States Canadian Provinces Alliance, held in Mobile, Alabama, USA, from June 3 to 5, 2018.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Présentation du rapport du comité. Introduction of private members' bills. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions.
Secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I think you will find unanimous consent for the following motion, that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, when the House adjourns on Thursday, November 8, 2018, it shall stand adjourned until Monday, November 19, 2018, provided that, for the purposes of the Standing Order 28, the House shall be deemed to have sat on Friday, November 9, 2018.
La secrétaire parlementaire
Does the Parliamentary Secretary have unanimous consent? Yes. The House has heard the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to pass the motion? Yes. Passed. Carried.
Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. L'honorable député de Charlebourg-Haut-Saint.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haut-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to table a petition signed by 2,000 Canadians. They want us to adopt legislation that people who have committed crimes with firearms make sure that the police is always informed of any change of address. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The petition, the Honourable Member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to rise to table this petition containing hundreds of signatures from residents of Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek. These petitioners add their names to the thousands of Canadians calling on the Prime Minister to defend the freedoms of conscience, thought and belief and withdraw the attestation values test on applications to the Canada Summer Jobs Program. Despite receiving signatures from thousands of concerned Canadians, the Liberals have yet to rectify this situation. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Because there's unprecedented global awareness about the calamity of the ocean plastics problem and grievous images of sea turtles, tangled, drowning sharks, citizens from Nanaimo Ladysmith petitioned this House to adopt my colleague from the NDP, the Courtney Alberni, Member of Parliament's motion 151. He urges the Government of Canada to go much further than their announcement yesterday, not simply to voluntarily include banning plastics from their federal procurement, but to actually go ahead and regulate mandatory measures to deal with the disaster of marine plastics. And petitioners remind this House that this is not a problem that comes from overseas. We have plastics generated from our own country and from our own aquaculture industry on the coast that are polluting our waters and interfering with coastal ecology and coastal jobs. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise on behalf of constituents that have raised concerns. This Prime Minister has often talked about his Liberal Party being the party of the Charter. My petitioners that I'm presenting here would disagree with that, Mr. Speaker, simply because They believe that Section 2 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms identifies, among other things, freedom of conscience, freedom of thought, and freedom of belief as fundamental freedoms. The attestation that this Liberal government has attached to the Canada Summer Jobs says otherwise. Mr. Speaker, my constituents, and these petitioners specifically, believe that the government should start acting like it's 2018 and not 1984, and get rid of this attestation, which devalues those fundamental freedoms in the Charter of Rights.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We, the undersigned residents, business owners and cottage owners of Round Lake, Saskatchewan, and those concerned for the well-being of the body of water known as Round Lake, Saskatchewan, wish to draw attention to the extreme low water level of the lake due to the uncontrolled outflow of water. The uncontrolled outflow is affecting business, the environment, families, and the future of Round Lake. Being that the uncontrolled outflow of water on the lake is the result of a disagreement between the Government of Canada and the First Nations of Ochapowas and Piapot, and being that control structures and the compensation agreements were reached between the Government of Canada and First Nations communities on lakes upstream in the Qu'Appelle Valley, and being that Round Lake issue has remained unresolved since 2008, we ask that the Minister use her authority to re-establish communication with Ochapowas and Piapot nations to work towards a resolution on this matter. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Presentation de petition. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Is that agreed? All questions be allowed to stand? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders.
27, an act to amend the National Defence Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and might I say you look well today. Nice to see you in the chair. Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of the government today on a matter that concerns fairness and justice for all Canadians. And I will say in advance, Mr. Speaker, I will be sharing my time with the honourable member from Mississauga Lakeshore. On May 10th, our government proudly introduced legislation in this House that proposes adding a declaration of victims' rights to the military's Code of Service Discipline, thus amending the National Defence Act. This is good news, Mr. Speaker. It shows that military justice in this country continues to evolve in the best interests of Canadians and the Canadian Armed Forces by putting them first. It shows that this government recognizes the harmful impact of service offences on victims, on the military, and on society. It shows this government's commitment to strengthening victims' rights in the military justice system. Mr. Speaker, it is our view that this legislation advances Canada's position as a leader in maintaining a fair and effective military justice system with support for victims. We recognize that Canadian law has evolved since the last time significant changes were made to the military justice system. The improvements debated today will ensure that the system remains compliant with Canadian law and reflective of Canadian values. These improvements will also enhance the efficiency of the military justice system. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to recognizing and upholding victims' rights. This legislation sees to that. The amendments in this bill will strengthen victims' rights within the military justice system and ensure that these rights mirror those in the Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights. So how would these proposed amendments recognize victims of service offences, Mr. Speaker? Simply put, the legislation will create and extend rights for victims in 4 separate areas: the right to information, the right to protection, the right to participation, and the right to restitution. These rights would be available to any victim of a service offence when they come into contact with the military justice system. So let me expand on each of these 4 rights, Mr. Speaker. The first is the right to information. Access to information is crucial for anyone interacting with the military justice system, especially since most of us are not experts in the finer aspects of military justice. With these proposed amendments, any victim of a service offence would have the right to general information about their own role and about how Canada's military justice system works. As a matter of course, victims will be informed about services and programs available to them. Victims will also have the right to know how their own case is progressing within the military justice system. Now, this includes any information related to the status and outcomes of investigations, the prosecution, or the sentencing of the person who harmed them. It's vital to keep victims informed during what can be and I think we can all agree, a very complex and foreign process. But this is only the first step, Mr. Speaker. Second, the victim's right to protection. It must be considered in any matter in which a service offence has been committed. That's why this bill extends victims the rights to have their security and privacy considered at all stages in the military justice system. The legislation gives victims the right to have reasonable and necessary measures taken to protect them from intimidation and retaliation. Victims can also request that their identity be protected. This is paramount to ensuring that victims' rights are protected when they come into contact with the military justice system through no fault of their own. It will protect vulnerable participants by giving military judges the power to order a publication ban, the power to allow testimony outside of the courtroom, and the power to prevent an accused person from cross-examining a victim in court-martial. The third way this government is recognizing victims is by enhancing their right to participate in the military justice system. We are doing this by expanding how victim impact statements can be presented at court-martial. We are also enabling victims to share, at various stages of the legal process, their views about decisions that affect their rights, and to have those views considered. This will ensure that victims' views and the harm and loss that they have suffered can be fully considered by appropriate authorities in the military justice system. It would also allow for a community impact statement to be submitted, one describing the harm, the loss, and the overall impact of a service offence on the community. In addition to victim and community impact statements, the bill would enable the submission of a military impact statement on behalf of the Canadian Armed Forces when one of its members commits a service offence. Such an impact statement could describe the harm done to the discipline, efficiency, or morale within the unit, or to the Canadian Armed Forces as a whole. The statement would be taken into account alongside victim and community impact statements. A victim's right to participate before courts-martial is a crucial part of recognizing the losses, damages, or wrongs that they have suffered. The fourth and final right for victims of this legislation concerns their right to restitution. This would ensure victims can ask a court-martial to consider ordering restitution for damages or losses when the value can be readily determined. Mr. Speaker, the new rights in this legislation demonstrate our government's firm commitment to victims within the military justice system. We know that service offences can affect various types of victims, from Canadian Armed Forces members and their families to members of the broader civilian community. As I mentioned earlier, the military justice system can be unfamiliar terrain and potentially intimidating for many. We want to help victims stay informed and well-positioned to access their rights. That's why this legislation allows victims to request a victim liaison officer to be appointed. The new role of the victim liaison officer would be to explain how service offences are charged, how they're dealt with and tried under the Code of Service Discipline. The victim liaison officer would also help the victim access any information to which they have a right. On top of this, if victims feel that any of their rights have been infringed upon or denied, they would be able to file a complaint in much the same way as is provided for victims in the Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights. Mr. Speaker, the military justice system is a distinct and necessary part of Canada's larger justice system. By maintaining discipline, efficiency, and morale, It helps the Canadian Armed Forces achieve its mission here at home and around the world. Adopting the Declaration of Victims' Rights in the Code of Service Discipline will strengthen the rights of victims within the military justice system. It will ensure that victims have the right to information, protection, participation, and restitution when they have been wronged. And it will reinforce Canada's position as a global leader in maintaining a fair and effective military justice system, one that evolves in harmony with our civilian laws. For all of these reasons, Mr. Speaker, members on this side of the House will be supporting this bill, and we understand that members on the other side, through debate earlier today, will be also supporting this. So I look forward to moving forward on this in the way that helps all Canadians and those men and women who serve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Sturgeon River, Parkland.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, I just thank, the member from the government for, their support of this important legislation. But I'm just wondering, Mr. Speaker, this legislation was largely pushed forward with the Conservatives before the past election. And I'm wondering, why did it take the government 76 other bills before bringing this very important matter to the House?
Honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you very much, and I thank the honourable member for the question. I guess if I could, through the Speaker, ask a question of the member, why would they table such an important bill? The last days of a dying government when they knew they were not going to be forming or reforming government. So to criticize what we're trying to do in the first 3 years when they had 10 years to do something that is so important for our men and women who serve, and they left it on the floor to die at the end of the last Parliament.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Dartmouth Cole Harbour for his excellent speech and his great work on the Standing Committee on National Defence. I wonder if you could talk a little bit about how this framework, Bill C-77, connects with the excellent reputation of the Canadian forces abroad, the discipline, the operational effectiveness, and the feedback that we're getting from our allies and pretty much anybody with whom we interact overseas on the great work that we're doing in peacekeeping and international security.
The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Well, thank you very much to the honourable member for the question, and we do work very well together, as we do with our members from the other parties on our Standing Committee on National Defence. It is one of the things I enjoy the most in this House, is the work we do on our national defence, and I will say that all members work towards a good working relationship on that committee, and I do appreciate that. One thing I'm very proud of that we've done is our new defence policy, Strong, Secure and Engaged. We unveiled it in June of 2017. It marks our first steps in the priorities of everything that we are going to do and that we are planning to do for the Canadian Armed Forces for the years to come. We have a concrete vision, Mr. Speaker, informed by diligent consultation with fellow citizens from coast to coast to coast. The commitments that we have made to our men and women in uniform will provide them with a more dynamic, more prosperous, and resolutely positive work environment that guarantees respect for individuals and individual rights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
My colleague for his speech. He highlighted some great items from this bill, but I do want to follow up on my other colleague's question about why it's such a low priority for this government that's taken 3 full years to bring in a bill for victims' rights. I'm not interested in hearing about what previous governments did. We're here to discuss today's government about why so many other bills were more important than this legislation.
The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
And I guess, Mr. Speaker, I could answer the question almost the exact same way. Why were so many bills more important to the previous government than their bill on victims' rights? Exactly the same answer to the previous question, Mr. Speaker. We've done this in 3 years. We've been working on it for 2. We've consulted. We've gone across the country to find out exactly how we should proceed. We've gotten this right. I commend the Conservative government and of the Harper government for doing the work, but to drop that on the floor of the House of Commons just before an election, knowing full well, Mr. Speaker, that it would die, and leave it for the next government to come forward and do the hard work, the heavy lifting, which we've done. We've done this now, and we're going to move forward on this. All I can say, Mr. Speaker, again, is I thank the members from across the way for the work that they've done on this. We've taken this, we've finished this off, we've seen this as extremely important, and we see this as more important than perhaps they did in their amendment.
We have time just for one more short question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The government is committed to strengthening victims' rights within the military justice system, and the Code of Service Discipline recognizes the harmful impact of service offences on victims. But Bill C-77 makes two significant changes to the Conservative bill in terms of sentencing. One of those is it adds gender identity and gender expression as special consideration in sentencing. I'm wondering if my honourable colleague from Dartmouth-Cole Harbour could reflect on that change in sentencing provisions.
Well, member for Dartmouth-Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For some reason, I thought we had moved on to another level of debate, so I must say, in all fairness to the honourable member, I was moving on and I did not focus. Perhaps you were speaking about First Nations relationships, LGBTQ. That's one of the things that was missing in the previous government's work. Those are things that we felt were important to be added to this bill. And those are the things, when we talk about amending the National Defence Act, these are things that will make the National Defence Act stronger and more reflective of the values of Canadians. So I apologize to the member if I didn't get the exact wording of the question that he had given to me, but I will suggest that we are, again, moving forward in a way that more reflects Canadians' values.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
And thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as our government made clear when we tabled Bill C-77, Canada's military justice system is both unique and necessary, contributes significantly to the ability of the Canadian Armed Forces to achieve its missions in Canada and around the world. However, it must also continue to evolve in order to represent Canadian values. And if I can just take this opportunity to reflect for a moment on the many different facets of our Canadian Armed Forces, including the facets that are manifest in our communities, I would like to give particular thanks to two organizations in my riding of Mississauga Lakeshore, the Army Navy Air Force Veterans Branch 282 and the Royal Canadian Legion, 262 and the Royal Canadian Legion Branch 82, both of whom I have watched to work tirelessly to cultivate an environment where current and past members of the Canadian Armed Forces receive the support they need and deserve, while at the same time promoting a culture of leadership, respect, and honour for all members of the Canadian Armed Forces. And Mr. Speaker, this is exactly whom we're putting first with this new bill. Today, many of my colleagues spoke of the benefits of the set of amendments that are being made to strengthen the legislation. And Mr. Speaker, allow me to take this important opportunity to provide context to this discussion by giving an overview of the current military justice system and some of its elements and how they actually work in practice. The first thing parliamentarians and indeed all Canadians should appreciate is that Canada's military justice system, while it's unique, forms part of a broader, larger Canadian justice system, sharing many of the same underlying principles. It's subject to the same constitutional framework, including Canada's Constitution and, of course, our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And exactly like the civilian system, its overall role is to ensure that justice is administered fairly and with respect for the rule of law. Mr. Speaker, military members are liable for their conduct under both the Code of Conduct Service Discipline and provisions of the Criminal Code of Canada. However, the military justice system has a second purpose. It is also designed to promote the operational effectiveness of the Canadian Armed Forces. And it does so by supporting the maintenance of discipline, efficiency, and morale among military members. The operational realities of military life mean that service members are often held to a higher standard of conduct than what would be expected of a civilian. That's because military personnel are often required to risk injury or even death in the performance of their duties both inside and outside Canada. This necessitates discipline within and cohesion of military units. Mr. Speaker, the chain of command must have a legal mechanism it can employ to investigate and sanction disciplinary breaches. These breaches require a formal, fair, and prompt response, and one that ensures that the culture of the Canadian Armed Forces reflects Canadian social values. And even though members of the Canadian Armed Forces are held to the highest standards of conduct, they do not give up the rights that are afforded to them under Canadian law, including the Constitution. However, an individual's rights coexist with the basic obligations of military service. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Armed Forces' capacity to operate effectively depends on the ability of its leadership to instill and maintain that discipline. This is a balancing of rights against the need to maintain a disciplined, effective armed force, and it's important to understand this when considering the Canadian military justice system. The challenges of the armed forces are profound and are not shrinking in magnitude, both domestically and overseas. And, Mr. Speaker, these realities of military life and service have been acknowledged by the Supreme Court of Canada itself. On multiple occasions, the Court has directly addressed the importance of a distinct military justice system to meet the specific needs of the Canadian Armed Forces and its serving members. En 1997, l'ancien juge.
The former Chief Justice of Canada, Brian Dixon, reviewed the military justice system, and his report, he stated that it was important to have a distinct military justice system and that the chain of command is essential to this justice system. Mr. Speaker, this enables Canada to comply with its international obligations to hold its military personnel accountable for its actions in its operations on land, in the air, and at sea, and in armed conflict. There were two other independent examinations of the military justice system were conducted, one by a previous Chief Justice Antonio Lemaire in 2003, and another by the Ontario Justice Patrick Lesage in 2011. Justice Lemaire and Justice Lesage agreed with him that Canada has equipped itself with a very solid, fair military justice system that Canadians can have confidence in.
My honourable colleagues in this chamber, that leadership and training are in fact central to maintaining discipline, and furthermore that disciplinary action involving the military justice system is not to be taken lightly. The military justice system ensures that military decision makers act appropriately and within their authority when making decisions affecting a service member's rights. Such decisions must conform to the law and they must be just. A lack of fairness can seriously undermine cohesion, morale, and discipline, and it can adversely impact unit effectiveness. With these disciplinary actions not to be taken lightly, each year hundreds of service members find themselves before the military justice system. It is a system that is used, and it is a system that must be effective and efficient. When there are reasons to believe that there has been an offence, an investigation is conducted to determine whether there are sufficient grounds to lay a charge. And if the complaint is of a serious or sensitive nature, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Armed Forces National Investigation Service examines the complaint and then investigates as appropriate. Otherwise, investigations are conducted by military police or at the unit level. And with the exception of certain serious offences, service offences, of a minor nature, Mr. Speaker, legal advice is required before a charge may be laid. Mr. Speaker, the military justice system employs a two-tiered tribunal structure. More serious matters are addressed at a court-martial where military judges preside, whereas minor matters may be dealt with at summary trial where there are qualified officers who preside. Both tribunals can be held wherever the Canadian Armed Forces are deployed, and this is an operational necessity. Courts martial are formal military courts, and they're presided over by independent military judges. These tribunals are designed to deal with more serious offences, and they are similar, Mr. Speaker, to Canadian civilian criminal courts. The accused person is entitled always to be represented at a court-martial by defence counsel from the Director of Defence Counsel Service at no cost or by civilian counsel at his or her own expense. There are two types, Mr. Speaker, of the courts-martial. A standing court-martial is conducted by a military judge who sits alone and who is responsible for the finding on the charges and imposing a sentence if the accused person is found guilty. For the most serious offences, or if chosen by the accused person, a general court-martial will be convened, and where the case is presided over by a military judge, and the verdict is decided by a panel of five other members of the Canadian Armed Forces. Summary trials, Mr. Speaker, are designed to deal with relatively minor offences, and that is important for the maintenance of military discipline and efficiency at the unit level. These trials are presided over by officers from within the accused person's chain of command, including commanding officers, delegated officers to whom a CO has delegated his powers or her powers, and superior commanders. Mr. Speaker, all presiding officers are trained in a curriculum that is established by the Judge Advocate General, and they are certified to perform their duties. Summary trials allow military commanders to administer discipline, enabling members to return to duty as soon as possible. Mr. Speaker, an offender may request a review of the findings of a summary trial by a review authority, and if they remain unsatisfied, the offender may then appeal for a judicial review by the Federal Court of Canada. In each and every case, Mr. Speaker, an accused has the right to be tried in the official language of her or his choice, and in each and every case, an offender convicted at a court-martial has a right to appeal to the Court-Martial Appeal Court of Canada, a civilian court comprised of 3 judges selected from the Federal Court of Canada. These decisions can in turn be appealed to the Supreme Court, and Mr. Speaker, the military justice system remains a vital facet of the Canadian Armed Forces. It must also continue to evolve to meet the expectations of Canadians and the needs of the Canadian Armed Forces. And Mr. Speaker, this is precisely what Bill C-77 sets out to do. Thank you so much.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire? Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour to stand and speak on this bill, C-77. And before I get going further into this debate, Mr. Speaker, I will inform the House that I will be splitting my time with our honourable colleague from Edmonton West. Mr. Speaker, today we are talking about Bill C-77 and the military justice reforms that this government, essentially in the 11th hour, we are, I would say, Mr. Speaker, in pre-writ for the most part. This government has now chose to table a bill that they have said that they, this is absolutely going to be transformative and it's so important. They believe very strongly for it, but yet there is so many other pieces of legislation that came before this bill, such as, well, I don't know, I'm changing the words to our national anthem, the cannabis piece of legislation. And then now here we sit with Bill C-77 and talking about enshrining the victims' rights into our military justice system, which I will tell you right on the outset, Mr. Speaker, that the Conservatives always err on the side of our victims and believe that our victims' rights should always be there. As a matter of fact, it was our previous Conservative government that enacted the Victims' Bill of Rights. We support enshrining the victims' rights into the military justice system. It's why we introduced Bill C-71. Now, Mr. Speaker, just to make sure that those that are listening in don't get it confused for the backdoor registry C-71 that has been talked about in the last couple of weeks, that the government is, this government here is trying to bring through this House and unfairly punish law-abiding gun owners. No, this was C-71 in the previous government, Mr. Speaker, where our government, the previous Conservative government, brought this forward. And it came forward, and now the honourable colleague from, I'll have to look at my notes, Mr. Speaker, Dartmouth-Cole Harbour, actually thanked us. It should go down, well, it will go down in Hansard, that we actually had a Liberal thanking us for all the hard work that we did. We actually did the hard work on this file, because if you look at C-71 and C-77, it is almost identical, with the exception of a couple minor changes. All they did was take the cover page off and change the name, which is what we see them doing very often with a lot of the good pieces of legislation that they brought forward. But they did change C-77. They have to put their Liberal spin on it, Mr. Speaker, and we'll get into that a little bit. I will also, prior to getting into the depth of this is not my file. I don't profess to be proficient in all the the legal terms and all the benefits that C-77 will bring. But what I will talk about in my brief, well, I've got 6 minutes now, 7 minutes. I will talk about the victims' rights, because it's interesting as we're talking today, earlier during question period and throughout the week, we're talking about a gentleman that committed a heinous crime. And through the course of committing that crime, gave himself PTSD. He committed murder. He actually murdered a off-duty police officer, put her into a garbage bin, and then rolled her out like trash, tossed her aside, and now is receiving. He's actually stepped in line with veterans, stepped in line before the veterans, and is receiving mental health services. Mr. Speaker, I receive messages from veterans and first responders every day about our mental health challenges. And I also receive messages every day from victims of crime that felt that when this government came in and started their Hug-a-Thug programs, that the process was rigged against them. I actually get calls and messages from police officers, law enforcement officers, that are saying that the system is now rigged against them. It is harder for them to do their job. And Mr. Speaker, we should be doing everything in our power to give those that we trust to protect us, those that we trust are silent sentinels, give them every tool to be able to do their job, to be able to do their mission and come home, remain healthy and productive. And, Mr. Speaker, we should be giving the victims every opportunity to be protected and to be and to know that when that day comes, their day in court, that they will be, the focus will be on them and their rights, and not that of the person that committed the crime. Far too often we hear this. Mr. Speaker, I sat through the debate of C-75. This is a piece of legislation where the government is looking to speed up our judicial process. Mr. Speaker, we shouldn't be speeding up the process. We should be making it effective, Mr. Speaker, making sure that those that come before the courts, they get the appropriate rights and freedoms that we all enjoy, but those that are found guilty, well, they get, if you do the crime, you better be doing the time, Mr. Speaker. And it was interesting sitting in that debate. And again, I'm not a lawyer, Mr. Speaker. I won't even get into it. There's far too many lawyer jokes that we could insert here. And I've got one sitting in front of me, but I wouldn't do that, Mr. Speaker. But I sat there and I listened to the witnesses that came before this committee. Very, very articulate witnesses. And they all said the same thing. They all had the same concerns that, listen, we shouldn't be weakening our system. We should be making sure that our victims are not re-victimized through the court process. That they know that if somebody that creates a crime against them or commits a crime against them, that they are going to get their day in court, and that every tool available will be there to make sure that that perpetrator, if found guilty, serves the time. Mr. Speaker, C-77, as I said earlier on, was almost a carbon copy of C-71. There were a couple changes, and I will talk to that right now. The changes that were introduced, the main difference between the bills in the addition of C-77 was the addition of the Gladwin decision into the National Defence Act. This addition would mean that Aboriginal members of the Canadian Armed Forces facing charges under the National Defence Act may face, I won't say will, this document says will, I would say may. You still have to put I still believe in our judicial system, may face lighter punishments if convicted. Now, Mr. Speaker, Also would mean that special consideration for Indigenous members and their background and perhaps what they came through. And Mr. Speaker, we have heard horrific stories over the years, but Mr. Speaker, we need to make sure that there is a parallel system. And Madam Speaker, sorry. We need, and the addition would be, as I said, special consideration for Indigenous members that results in sentences that are perhaps less harsh versus their other CAF colleagues and comrades. And the concern would be is that perhaps that could undermine operational discipline, perhaps morale, and actually anti-racism policies, Mr. Speaker. It may be well-intended, but it could have unintended consequences, negative consequences. We will be supporting getting this bill to committee and making sure that we can have a look at it and study this further, and having groups come before us and offer their opinions as we always do in committee, and I look forward to that. Mr. Speaker, I want to go back to the couple hours that I sat in the C-75. I know I've got just a short amount of time here. I'm conscious of the time. And I want to go back to what my comment is and our honourable colleague down the way mentioned this as well too. First, we should be doing everything in our power to be giving those who are enforcing our laws every tool possible for them to complete their mission and to remain healthy. Second, we should be doing whatever we can to make sure that we are instituting mental health and mental health components within our legislation to make sure that they are coming home healthy. We should not be trying to speed up our judicial system. We should be finding ways. Madam Speaker, I will cede the floor with that.
Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Caribou Prince George for his speech and his commitment to this issue. And I think, if we set aside the sometimes cantankerous politics of a Friday afternoon, there's actually much broader consensus across the parties than may appear. I think we all fundamentally support this bill and recognize its importance. And I wonder if my colleague could talk a little bit about three particular things that are part of this bill, which is the sentencing principles that now are opened up to Indigenous Canadians and also Canadians of minority gender identity and expression. I see the Canadian Forces not only as an incredibly important instrument for Canadian foreign and defence policy and international engagement, I also see it as a place of employment for Canadians. With the introduction of these three principles, open the Canadian Forces up more broadly to consideration by recruits across our social spectrum.
Member for Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I want to thank our honourable colleague for his question. Madam Speaker, it is 2018, and as we move through our country and the history of our country, as we move forward, so must our pieces of legislation must adopt and adapt as we move forward. The things that we know today or yesterday may be different than what we know today. And Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker, now you guys do a quick change here. I look down and blink, and there you are. So, very appropriate. Mr. Speaker, I would offer this as prior to offering a more in-depth answer to that question. I will say that I don't know the piece of legislation well enough to be able to offer a knowledgeable and well thought out answer.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Caribou Prince George for his speech. And I want to thank him as well for his hard work, his very important work on behalf of those Canadians, those members of the armed forces, veterans, first responders with PTSD. I really appreciate, and I think all Canadians appreciate that work. And on that, he just touched on the issue of mental health in this bill and in the armed forces, and I just wondered if he would be supporting an NDP proposal to have an amendment to this bill to remove the offence of self-harm from the Military Code of Service Discipline so that Canadian Armed Forces members can get the help they need without the risk of receiving disciplinary action at the times when they need it, when they need that help the most.
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to offer my honourable colleague, and this is an answer in complete honesty. He knows how I feel with respect to self-harm and suicide and the mental health challenges that our brave men and women who put their uniforms on every day in their service to our country. We must be doing everything in our power to be able to encourage them from stop suffering in silence to come forward. And, Mr. Speaker, without going into the detail of the bill, because I'm not well aware of it, if that would break the stigma and encourage those that are suffering, those that put their uniforms on, those that see human tragedy every day, to come forward and perhaps and not fear persecution for doing so, I would be for that. But again, this is not my committee and it's not my my area of expertise.
We have time for just one more short question and response. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Smilkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll try to keep it short. From my review of the legislation that we're debating today, there is no statutory review within 5 years. I do think that any time you make major adjustments to a system, that there should be a proper review. Does the Member of Parliament agree with that assessment?
Member for Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, I think that we should be building that into every piece of legislation, because as we move, as we adopt, as our honourable colleague mentioned a comment earlier on, as we move forward, the things that we know today, we definitely were not aware of yesterday. So as we move forward, we should have a form of review, a periodic review in every piece of legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton West.
To join my colleagues today in speaking to Bill C-77, the Act to amend the National Defence Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts. Now, throughout today, we've heard some wonderful speeches explaining a lot of the great good that this bill will eventually do. We're very honored to have a lot of veterans from our armed forces serving as MPs, and they've given some wonderful insights, so I want to thank them for that, and also for the general nonpartisan discourse we've heard today. Now, I call this bill the Freaky Friday bill because the government has basically swapped titles with the bill from the previous Conservative government. Now, for those who are not followers of pop culture, Freaky Friday was a movie where Lindsay Lohan and Jamie Lee Curtis play daughter and mom characters who switch bodies. Now, it's quite interesting the Liberal government's consistently labeled the opposition as Harper's Conservatives, and yet they don't hesitate to try and pass off Harper's Conservatives legislation as their own, as they're doing with C-77. Now, there's barely a sentence muttered by that side of the House where they don't blame every problem under the sun on Harper's Conservatives. So I find it funny, here we are debating the Liberals basically copying the Harper Conservatives legislation. Now, it's too bad this government also doesn't copy the Harper's Conservatives' commitment to victims of crime. We're debating a bill that is almost a direct clone of the previous military justice reform bill, C-71. C-71 was introduced by the Harper government because it was simply the right thing to do. We believed that someone needed to stand up for victims of sexual misconduct and other forms of discrimination in the armed forces. It's the ultimate irony that we're debating victims' rights legislation on the day where the question period was focused on the government giving military benefits to a murderer who never served a second in our military. But I digress. Now, the bill introduced today shows that the Liberals are following on the good examples that our party previously set, keeping such items in the current bills as that we had, enshrining the Victims' Bill of Rights into the National Defence Act, putting a statute of limitations of 6 months on a summary hearing cases, and clarifying what cases should be handled by a summary hearing. The fact, however, that it took the Liberals 3 years to introduce this bill is disgraceful. This continues the Liberal views that victim rights are secondary to basically everything else. This should come as no surprise considering how long this government is taking to appoint judges to ensure those arrested for horrific crimes are not being set free due to judicial delays. Now, we've had a suspected mass murderer gang member released in Calgary to this government's refusal to appoint judges. This is a gang member who's been suspected by the Calgary police of murdering up to 20 people in Calgary, set free. An accused murderer was set free in Edmonton due to his government's inability to appoint judges. A man in Nova Scotia broke his infant child's legs with a baseball bat, broke both legs, set free due to delays because this government won't prioritize justice. And here we have a 3-year wait to bring this legislation to the House. Legislation that is almost identical to C-71 from the previous government. So it's not like they had to start from scratch. And it takes them 3 years to bring it to the floor. And I want to look at some of the legislation the Liberals have brought in that apparently takes a higher priority than victims' rights. We had C-50, the Canada Elections Act on political financing that the Liberals brought in. Now, they brought this bill in to address their own unethical fundraising scams. They were caught selling access to ministers, to lobbyists, and they got caught. So they brought in legislation to curtail their own unethical fundraising, and of course they promptly continued to allow lobbyists to pay for direct access to the ministers. So here's a thought. Why not just act ethically and not require legislation to address your cash for access scandals, and instead prioritize this legislation for victims? We had C-58, the Access to Information Act, the amendments, and they still haven't done anything with. Access to information, yes, is very important, but the legislation introduced by this party watered down the access and the transparency. So the Liberals take time to introduce legislation that will weaken Canadians' access to information, and they place it as a higher priority than legislation for victims. We have C-24. Now, earlier I had the government House leader who introduced C-24 heckling me back and forth about government priorities. Now, C-24, which was to pay the ministers stay the same rate as ministers and change the official title of the Public Works Department Act, as I call it, is a ridiculous bill that basically just changed the salary of certain ministers of states to match cabinet ministers. Now, legislation already existed to allow them to do that, but they had to bring in new legislation for certain reasons that did not have to be done. They also spent time changing the official name of Public Works to Public Services and Procurement. They spent days in this House debating the bill, days in committee studying it. I'd like to know how this is possibly more important than victims' rights, that it was higher priority. It's another example of poor leadership from the Prime Minister. How he's constantly failing our troops. Just like the used jets, taking away tax relief for troops fighting ISIS, saying veterans are asking for too much, and doing absolutely nothing to get our troops the equipment they need and the numbers they need. The government is failing our troops. Our previous government focused on restoring victims to the rightful place at the heart of our justice system. That's why we introduced C-71 that mirrored the Victims' Bill of Rights that was adopted by Parliament, to ensure those same rights were incorporated into military law. This was the result of several years of work and took into account the hundreds of submissions and consultations held with victims groups and victims concerned with victims' rights. We've seen that the Liberal government has done for our troops and our veterans over the last 3 years, so we're not going to hold our breath that they're actually going to move forward with the legislation here. This can be seen with their consistent commitment to progress on a variety of items. They set up studies and ignore the findings. They introduce legislation and then wash their hands of the issue. I'd like to talk about the government's beloved wordplay exercise, what I say and what I mean. They specifically say investment rather than spend, so they completely sidestep any responsibility for action because technically introducing a bill on an issue is an investment in time and news releases. We know there's very few instances of the government actually putting spending in place for any given investment opportunity. In cases where legislation is introduced, we see few instances of achieved results. The government's strong, secure, engaged plan for our troops is a prime example. They tout about its record investment, but experts agree that the likelihood of it being executed is slim to none. According to a report published by Dave Perry at the Canadian Global Affairs Institute, there's a significant gap between spending allocations and the capital spending. Perry writes, as a percentage increase relative to 2016-2017, capital projections in strong, secure, and engaged would see spending increase by 100% in the policy's first year. We actually saw cuts, 106% in its second, 172% in its sixth, and 300% by 2024. These increases in spending are not comparable to any time in Canadian history except the Korean War. So we have pie-in-the-sky ideas from this government on what they're going to do, but when it comes to actually doing it, our troops are left empty-handed. So if it's to say, when the intentions behind this bill are sound, the likelihood of the government actually actioning them is slim. I'd like to go through a couple of other things the government has on the go, like this is legislation. The strong, secure, and engaged, like I mentioned. Phoenix, of course, we know where that is. Trans Mountain, billions of dollars for a pipeline that's not getting built. Veterans Hiring Act, we actually met in committee yesterday and discussed why the government wasn't moving on this. We just got a shrug from the Liberal members and from our witnesses. Infrastructure, the electoral reform. We've seen again and again this government makes commitments that it doesn't follow through on. The fighter jets, buying old jets from Australia so they don't have to take the political hit for buying the F-35 in an election year. Now this is interesting. It's going to take us. This is going to take this government longer to buy sleeping bags, to procure sleeping bags for our troops, than it takes our NATO allies to run open competition for their new fighter jets. C-77, while having a number of similarities with our previous bill, does have some key differences, which is why this side of the House would like to see it further discussed and debated at committee. As with any legislation, especially as it pertains to our troops, we should ensure that due diligence is done, our concerns are discussed in certain areas, and the bill is discussed with experts and officials at committee. Now, we very much support enshrining victims' rights in the military justice system. That's why we introduced Bill C-71 in the previous Parliament. Victims' rights are important. This legislation is important. So here's hoping that it doesn't get added to their long list of items on their mandate tracker as underway with challenges. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Defence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to rectify things a bit, he talks about justice priorities. We know that the Conservatives tabled their bill just before the election. If it had been a true priority for them, why did they table it then? So what we are doing is putting forward an important bill. Now, they could have done it, but I think that the Conservative Defence Minister was too busy cutting to put forward the legislation to the last minute. Mr. Speaker, we want to bring in Indigenous justice. We want to have breaches and offences linked to hate and prejudice against LGBTQ2 community and Indigenous people.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to perhaps invite the Parliamentary Secretary to grab Doc Brown and Marty McFly and get in his DeLorean and go back to the future. Because we're not debating what went on years ago. We are debating the Liberal government's inability to prioritize victims' rights. When we ask them why it's taking them 3 years to bring this legislation forward, their argument is blame Harper. We are asking them why C-24, which the main part of C-24 was to change the title of Public Works to Public Services and Procurement. Why is that a higher priority to the member opposite than victims' rights? Why is it more important that they have all this minutia they're putting ahead of our troops? I think the member needs to have a serious look about the inaction of his government and realize we need to look at this issue now and not spend time focusing on the past.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
I want to thank my honourable colleague from Edmonton West. I wanted to say that for a long time. I appreciated his comments, and members in the NDP have been putting these comments forward during the debate, and I'm just interested in his thoughts on it, and that is that even with the changes made in this bill, it'll still be an offense under military justice to commit self-harm. And so those who come forward seeking help within the military might in fact be turned to be disciplined. So we're looking at an opportunity during committee to offer amendments to make sure that the real needs of mental health, the real needs of the military personnel and their mental health, they'll ensure that they get those services instead of being penalized. And I'm just curious, through you, Mr. Speaker, what my honourable colleague thinks about those kinds of changes to this bill.
Honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my fellow West colleague from Saskatoon West for a question. And it's come up previously from the member from Victoria and other members of the NDP. I think it's a very important issue that needs to be discussed. I fully support calling witnesses in committee. I fully support calling veterans who have dealt with this issue and other experts so we can hear firsthand of the importance of it. So I fully support it being discussed in committee, and I hope it will be looked at in a very fulsome manner.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Beauséjour.
The honourable member for Beauséjour. I'm sorry, the honourable member for Madawaska, Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier, my colleague for Acadie Bathurst asked a question. Now, I'm repeating. Does he agree with the content of C-77? The honourable member for Edmonton West.
7, it was basically copied from the Harper Conservative bill. Of course, I support most of it. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to join debate and to follow my friend from Edmonton on Bill C-77. It's about military justice and some consequential amendments to other acts, but I want to say about the previous speaker from Edmonton, a huge supporter of our troops, and we will be talking a lot about the Canadian Armed Forces one-on-one in the coming days because of that support within his family for our armed services. And he answered a very simple question at the end in a way that certainly the Liberals would not recognize in the House, that yes, Bill C-77 is very similar to the Harper Bill C-71. Now, they only use the word Harper when they have to hide from their failures. They're trying to project that everything going wrong now with pipelines, with their own record, the abysmal putting a murderer ahead of veterans at Veterans Affairs is somehow Harper's fault. Everything is Harper's fault. There's never accountability on that side of the House, Mr. Speaker, and I hope they go back to their ridings this weekend and reflect on that. They have been here 3 years, pretty much, Mr. Speaker. They should start taking ownership for their failures. This bill is so similar to C-71 that we certainly want to see it go forward. We want to see the impacts. There's really only a few small differences between the bill C-71 and from the Conservative government and 77. I should add for people that are following this, why did Bill C-71 not pass? It was introduced late in the 4th year of the term, Mr. Speaker, and didn't receive its passage or royal assent. But essentially, the only changes are 3. There's some changes with respect to the impact of the Gladue decision in respect to the sentencing related to Indigenous peoples. We will have to see how that application goes with military justice, because certainly all Canadians, regardless of background, choose to join the Canadian Armed Forces and therefore adopt their ethos and code, the Code of Conduct expected, military justice system, and the National Defence Act. I would like to also compliment the Canadian Armed Forces, which in the last 10 years, through the Aboriginal Learning Opportunity Year, the Alloy Year at Royal Military College, and a number of recruiting initiatives, they're trying to make sure that First Nations see themselves more in our Canadian Armed Forces, important institutions like that. I'm very proud that when I spoke in the U.S. Capitol building on the recognition of the 1st Special Service Force, the Devil's Brigade, the 1st Special Operations Unit where Canadians and Americans served alongside each other, the only veteran I mentioned individually by name was Aboriginal veteran Tommy Prince, the Prince of the Regiment, as he was known, for unbelievable bravery and cunning while he was part of the Devil's Brigade, Mr. Speaker. And while I'm on that note, that's how we should approach modern age. Rather than stripping names off buildings like the Langevin block, let's put people up today. Let's highlight people like Tommy Prince. Our most accomplished sniper of the last war was was an Aboriginal Canadian from the Muskoka area of Ontario. I know the member from that area has talked about him quite a bit. We should highlight people that were overlooked in history rather than removing or erasing people that are here from our history. But that's a diversion, Mr. Speaker. The other two differences are some changes to absolute discharge provisions between the last bill and this bill, and finally, some terminology changes. Instead of summary trial, there'll be summary hearing, these sorts of things. So that's why, as my friend from Edmonton said, of course we want to see this through. This was one of the bills to really bring the military justice system and the National Defence Act in line with modern criminal code amendments, Mr. Speaker. And that was a huge accomplishment from the Conservative government. Once again, you won't hear them talk about this, but putting victims at the front of our justice system, modernizing a criminal code to make sure that it addressed cyberbullying and changes in technology, Mr. Speaker. We were always trying to do that, to make sure that the victim was not forgotten in the criminal justice system, Mr. Speaker. While I am speaking on national defence, which everyone in this House knows is very personal for me, I think the most formative years of my life were the 12 years I served in the Canadian Armed Forces. I left it having taken more from that experience than I had to give for my country. I left without any serious injury, Mr. Speaker. I left before the Afghanistan war, and I know people that were injured and killed in that conflict. So I feel a sense of responsibility as a Canadian and as a parliamentarian to make sure that our Canadian Armed Forces and our veterans are supported. That's why we're talking justice, we're talking the military. It's an affront to the military, to veterans, to our justice system, that the Prime Minister of Canada stood in this House and defended a convicted murderer receiving treatment. Some people are saying, no, he didn't. Well, through you, Mr. Speaker, talk to your Prime Minister, because he is wrong. The minister is wrong. And if you feel that ministers cannot ensure that their own policies are being followed, you're abdicating your leadership for our country, and you should resign. This is an affront to Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Constable Campbell wore 2 uniforms of service. She was a police officer in Nova Scotia, and she volunteered as a firefighter, Mr. Speaker. Christopher Garnier did not wear a uniform, was an adult, committed a horrendous crime, murder and desecration of the remains, Mr. Speaker. Having been minister, having spent my entire adult life either in uniform or supporting our troops through a variety of charities, some of which I was helpful in starting, there is no program in Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island, no program that this person would qualify for. Someone pressured the system, someone made a mistake, and this minister is allowing that to continue. At the same time that we're receiving reports from their department that waiting times are back up. So you have a situation, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like that member who is heckling me to reflect on this. Their government is having wait times go up for veterans to access PTSD treatment while they're funding inappropriately and immorally the treatment of someone who killed someone in uniform. I'll tell you, I hope some of the media are watching this. There's none in the gallery, Mr. Speaker. Had that happened under the last government, there would have been 24-hour coverage. The PSAC Public Sector Union would have been in outrage. They would have been having press conferences. This level of disrespect, this level of incompetence appears to be accepted. This from a minister who I have tried to work with. I've said good things about him in the House. But time after time, we're disappointed. They're shelving a report on how well service dogs will help our veterans. They're shelving it. Then when the minister takes meetings with advocates or talks to the media about it, he admits he hasn't even read the report. He's mailing it in, Mr. Speaker. That's not what our veterans deserve. That's not what we expect when a member of this House is given the honour to join the government as either a parliamentary secretary or minister. You read the reports. You understand the file. You're not just a TV host trying to make people feel good. You have to understand what you're doing. And I've seen nothing but failure from that minister. And we're talking about the military. These people we recruit as a country out of high school generally or out of training or college. They serve our country for a number of years or for a career and then retire. As a veteran, our country has an obligation from the first time we speak to them about serving until their end of their life. And what I hear from Veterans Affairs employees in Prince Edward Island who find this Garnier decision horrendous, is a government that won't even acknowledge the profound absurdity of making veterans who are hurt wait behind someone who has PTSD because they killed someone. They've never been in uniform. They're an adult. I know all the programs at Veterans Affairs and outside, Mr. Speaker. This was a mistake, and it's morally reprehensible. The fact that we're going to be here every day talking about this, Mr. Speaker, until they do the right thing. You know, the heckling shows just how disconnected these members, the Liberal MPs, are from Canadians, from veterans, from Canadians who may not have served, but want to make sure they're helping our vets. And there were times when I was minister, Mr. Speaker, I said we fell short. Own it when you have to do better. Tell them you're listening. Don't suggest that privacy concerns means we can't talk about why we're funding treatment for a murderer, Mr. Speaker. That's an absence of leadership. It's an admission that they don't understand the programs and benefits available. And when we're speaking military justice. If someone had been in uniform and had committed that crime, they would not get this treatment. There's about 10 different ways to show how absurd this is. Yet there's an inability to act. The same talking points get pulled out. They mention Harper a couple of times and think they can move on. I've never seen such an incompetent government, Mr. Speaker. In fact, after 3 years, the only true accomplishment of the Liberal government under this Prime Minister is marijuana. I can't actually point, electoral reform, his promises on finances in terms of the budget, in terms of deficits, in terms of taxation, in terms of pretty much anything else he's promised, Mr. Speaker. The only one, and I know it's a personal favorite for him, is marijuana. In fact, the minister he has in charge of marijuana, when he was police chief in Toronto, spoke to the Scarborough Mirror and suggested even decriminalization was wrong, Mr. Speaker. And now, an honourable member, someone I like a great deal, is forced to come out when doctors and physicians are upset, when everyone's upset, and sort of cover that we're going to stumble through the legalization of something that we know causes harm. So, Mr. Speaker, rather than heckling, those members should speak up. Now, we know one that tried to speak up, the honourable member from Oak Ridges, Aurora, Thornhill, got tired of being ignored, got tired of being one of the 32 sheep from Atlantic Canada. She got tired, and she took a principled decision to come over to a side where you can talk about these things. You can talk about ways you feel the country has to move forward, issues you think are important. You don't have to wait for Mr. Butts to issue you talking points from the Prime Minister's office, Mr. Speaker. And I think that many of those members should go home this weekend, go into a coffee shop in their riding, and ask someone sitting there about the Garnier case. Ask them if they think it's right that we're making veterans wait while they're inappropriately and immorally serving someone who killed a woman from Nova Scotia who wore the uniform, Mr. Speaker. Get out of the bubble, talk to some real people. Because I'll tell you, if next week they put the talking points away and do the right thing, once the minister reads the briefings on what programs are available in this context, he'll realize there is no program for a non-dependent adult who's committed a horrendous crime who's never served a day in uniform. A mistake was made. or inappropriate pressure was applied, Mr. Speaker. Root that out, correct it, I'll stand in this House and say thank you for finally doing the right thing. Perhaps it's appropriate that the heckles from the Liberals got me into this subject, Mr. Speaker. It is justice-related, it is military-related, but more importantly than that, it's confidence in this government-related. That's what Canadians see waning. They see a government approaching the final year of its mandate that is lurching from crisis to crisis. Whether it's NAFTA on the rocks, largely due to their own doing. Whether it is Trans Mountain, where because of C-69, we lost Energy East. Because the Prime Minister cancelled Northern Gateway, I would say breaching the duty to consult the Aboriginal owners of that line, 1/3 equity ownership with several First Nations bands. I've spoken about several of them in this House before, several chiefs that were not consulted. The Prime Minister violated his duty to consult First Nations, just like he did when he violated his duty to consult the Inuit, when in Washington he made changes with respect to land and water in those areas without speaking to First Nation leaders and by giving a courtesy call to the Premier half an hour before the announcement, Mr. Speaker. Crisis to crisis. And on veterans, Mr. Speaker, the crisis really began in Belleville, Ontario, when the Parliamentary Secretary on U.S. Relations, the Minister of Defence, the member from Kelowna Lake Country were standing behind the Prime Minister, wearing their medals, flown in from all over the country. I was Veterans Minister at the time. I was trying to fix things. I was being honest that we had work to do, but making progress. Flew them in, Mr. Speaker, and he made two key promises to our veterans, the people that serve and are governed by the National Defence Act, and then retire, some with injury, some without. He said to them two things at that event. There was going to be a return to lifetime pensions. That was a return to the Pension Act. Why do I know that, Mr. Speaker? Because when I was on the edge of settling the Equitas lawsuit with veterans, the settlement had to be turned into an abeyance agreement. Why? Because they were told the Liberals were going to return to the pension. Now, I developed friendships with those veterans by that time, Mark Campbell, Aaron Bedard, many others. They remain friends, they always will. And they felt bad when they called me and said, we won't be able to settle, but we want to work with you. We'll put the lawsuit on hold. In that promise they made to Equitas veterans was their promise to return to the Pension Act. The Pension for Life announcement made a couple of days before Christmas last year, Mr. Speaker, that should be a sign that they're hiding bad news, announcing it literally on Christmas Eve. That was essentially a slightly tweaked version of what I had already announced. There was no return to the Pension Act, Mr. Speaker. The new Veterans Charter is still in place. The other promise was to never see veterans in court fighting their government. And what upsets me about that, Mr. Speaker, is the promise they made to the Equitas veterans that they were going to return to the Pension Act led to an abeyance agreement. But that abeyance agreement expired when the Liberals were in power. What did they do? They didn't renew that abeyance agreement. They let it lapse. So the court case was back on, and they made the veterans go all the way to the Supreme Court of Canada, Mr. Speaker. Once again, justice, the military, veterans, all the way to the Supreme Court of Canada, Mr. Speaker. Again, breaking their central promises. So, I like the minister. I know he served honorably. I know people from his regiment. I know people that went to staff college with him. He's likable. He's got to start stepping up. I'm calling that group of veterans behind him in those photos the Broken Promises Battalion, because they were called out from across the country for a media event when the Prime Minister had no intention, if he'd wanted to follow through, or he didn't know the costing and ramifications of his promise. Either one of those options, saying something you have no intention to follow through on, or not understanding the file enough to know the costs or the ramifications about implementing a return to the Pension Act. Remember, the Pension Act was changed by a Liberal government, Mr. Speaker. The fact the Prime Minister did that, and the fact that honourable Canadians running for office, none of them were actually members of Parliament at the time, but they were all veterans. I respect their service. All of them flanked him behind, Mr. Speaker. Medals on, while the Prime Minister said those two things: return to lifetime pensions, and veterans will never have to face their government in court. Within 2 years, Mr. Speaker, both those things were broken. We now see the Minister not reading reports before meeting with veterans who are juggling a lot of issues, sometimes injuries, serious ones, Mr. Speaker. Now we see the waning confidence in this minister fade even more when, as wait times increase, miraculously to the front of the line for PTSD treatment comes someone who's in a correctional institution for murdering someone who wore not just one, but 2 uniforms for her community in her province, Mr. Speaker. I want all of those Liberal members to go back to their ridings, speak to veterans, go to the Legion and ask them what they think, and I want them to come back next week and do the right thing.
Questions and comments. Consent commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, we have before us today a very positive piece of legislation, which is actually significantly different than what the previous Prime Minister had brought forward. It's sound legislation. We've got a minister that's done an incredible job in terms of having an overview, a national policy, consultations, and everything, Mr. Speaker. Unlike the Conservatives, it didn't take us 10 years to process it. This isn't an issue that's been needed for the last number of years. It's been needed for well over a decade. Now, then we have the member across the way take these attacks, personal attacks, on a number of my colleagues. And I'm a bit surprised, given that this is the minister that sat on his hands and did absolutely nothing as veterans' offices closed in virtually every region of our country. If there is someone that should be hiding himself behind the curtain, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the importance of veterans' issues, I would suggest to you it might be that very member that just spoke, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the day, we're talking about a piece of legislation which is very well received after a significant amount of consultation, and my question is very clear to the member opposite. You know, they like to filibuster all sorts of legislation. Will they agree that this is a piece of legislation that would be nice to see passed to committee? The sooner, the better.
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member would have noticed that before I got sidelined with the heckling from his benches, that I did mention that we'd like to see this go to committee. I mentioned the 3 slight differences between C-71 and Bill C-77. But what I find most interesting, and I hope Canadians watching do as well, that when we hold them to their record on their decisions, the Prime Minister stood in this House and said that this was a treatment that should be available for Mr. Garnier. When we hold them to account for that, that's an attack. Well, I'm sorry. I'm in here as an opposition member, through you, Mr. Speaker, to hold you to account. That's what Canadians want us to do. And if you take that as an attack, it's a sign that you're failing, Mr. Speaker. And in the case of Garnier, which I got into because of heckling from the Liberal benches, Mr. Speaker, nothing shows a disconnect with what Canadians expect of their government more than allowing a murderer to jump ahead of veterans.
Just about out of time. I do see the Honourable Government House Leader rising on a point. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Though I do believe that we will be able to find a way forward, because it is important legislation, just to ensure that we do continue advancing legislation, I would like to inform you, Mr. Speaker, that an agreement cannot be reached under provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2 with respect to the second reading stage of Bill C-81, an act to ensure a barrier-free Canada. under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at the said stage. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I hope this notice does not need to be acted upon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm sure the House appreciates the notice on the part of the Government House Leader, and there will be 7.5 minutes remaining in the time for questions and comments to the Honourable Member for Durham when the House gets back to debate on the question. It being 1:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, consideration at second reading of Bill S-245, Trans Mountain Pipeline Project Act, standing in the name of Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs, seconded by Ms. MacLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, moves that Bill S-245, an act to declare the Trans Mountain Pipeline Project and related works to be for the general advantage of Canada, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Natural Resources. Debate, the Honourable Member for Lakeland.
It is with great urgency for Canada that I speak today in support of Bill S-245, the Trans Mountain Pipeline Project Act. Thousands of workers and their families from the construction, steel fabrication and manufacturing and oil and gas sectors want the Liberals to take meaningful action to get their jobs back. As a result of the Liberals' failure to enforce federal jurisdiction since their approval of the Trans Mountain expansion nearly 2 years ago, and their failure in the review before that, as ruled by the Federal Court of Appeal on August 30th, more than 2,000 workers were laid off. Another 5,000 more were counting and planning on jobs about to begin in the next couple of months, and several thousand expect jobs from the pipeline in the next couple of years. All of these families are now wondering about their futures. That's why I thank Senator Doug Black for introducing this bill in the other place and the 78% of senators from all regions in Canada who supported it. Getting the Trans Mountain expansion built is in the best interests of all Canadians. It will provide high-paying jobs now when Canadians need them more than ever, and it will create and sustain thousands of jobs in many different sectors across Canada long into the future. It will generate revenue, skills training, and jobs in 43 Indigenous communities. It will provide billions of dollars in new tax revenues to all levels of government in BC and Alberta, and to pay for health care, pensions, schools, bridges, and roads across Canada. And it will move the most responsibly produced oil in the world, Canadian oil, to markets in the U.S. and in the Asia-Pacific. Today, the Trans Mountain expansion is stopped. It's the culmination of an economic, investment, regulatory, jurisdictional, and interprovincial crisis of confidence in Canada that's been escalating for years, perpetuated by the Liberals. Failure is not an option. The Canadian Chamber of Commerce President Perrin Beatty said failure would send, quote, a profoundly negative message to investors both here at home and around the world about Canada's regulatory system and our ability to get things done. Uncertainty caused by anti-energy policies and messages from the Liberals has already done so much damage, caused so many job losses, and driven billions out of Canada. So every day of delay on the Trans Mountain expansion makes it worse. That's why all members of Parliament should support this bill. For months, Liberals repeated they wouldn't accept, quote, undue or unnecessary delays without ever defining them. That, quote, no province can impinge on the national interest, but never actually did anything. That, quote, we are considering all options, which is mind-boggling what they are still saying, and, quote, the pipeline will be built, but construction never actually started, despite the photo ops and the press conferences. Senator Black tabled this bill on February 15th, 2018. On April 8th, Kinder Morgan halted work and set a deadline for clear assurances from the Liberals that ongoing roadblocks and delays would be removed so it could proceed. On April 10th, Cabinet had an emergency meeting, after which ministers gave media 97 seconds of platitudes and left. On April 16th, the Prime Minister and the other ministers were widely quoted saying the Liberals would introduce legislation imminently to, quote, reassert and reinforce federal authority over the Trans Mountain expansion. The Prime Minister failed to deliver that legislation he promised, and this week he mocked the idea. On May 22nd, a week before Kinder Morgan's deadline, the Senate passed S-245. And between May 22nd and May 31st, the Bloc, the NDP, and then the Liberals denied my 3 separate asks to get unanimous consent to expedite this bill for debate in this House so MPs could give the certainty requested by Kinder Morgan, and they denied it yet again today. Then the Liberals announced the federal government would purchase the Trans Mountain Pipeline, and the finance minister said, quote, "If Kinder Morgan isn't interested in building the project, we think plenty of investors would be interested in taking on this project." Now, that was shocking in itself, since Kinder Morgan had already worked for years to prepare for their $7.4 billion investment and had already spent hundreds of millions while meeting hundreds of conditions and fighting to build it for 17 months since the Liberals' official approval, manifestly not a lack of interest. And then, of course, the finance minister failed to find a single other investor or buyer, while he also promised, quote, "to guarantee the summer construction season for the workers who are counting on it and to ensure the project is built to completion in a timely fashion." But on July 31st, the current Minister of Natural Resources announced the start of construction at a press conference where the head of the now government-owned Trans Mountain Corporation clarified immediately that, of course, new pipeline wouldn't actually start getting in the ground until, quote, "early next year." Then, on August 30th, the day of the $4.5 billion purchase was completed, which divested Kinder Morgan from Canada, the Federal Court of Appeal ruled that the Liberals had failed to adequately consult First Nations in the process they initiated, oversaw, and managed during their review of Trans Mountain's regulatory application in 2016 before they approved it, which they've assured Canadians all along would ensure the Trans Mountain expansion could be built. But as always, the Liberals are blaming everyone and everything else for all their failures. The court decision is clear, and the context is important. In June 2014, the Supreme Court issued a landmark ruling on the duty to consult Indigenous people on project development. In June 2016, 3 months after the Liberals were elected, the approval of Northern Gateway was overturned by the Federal Court of Appeal. But instead of trying to fulfill the measures in the court ruling through new consultations with First Nations, especially in light of the 31 Indigenous agreements supporting Northern Gateway worth $2 billion at stake, to enable that major crucial export infrastructure to proceed and to get it right for a future proposal, this Prime Minister vetoed it outright and completely. For the Trans Mountain expansion application, which along with all the others had been frozen by the Liberals since January, the Minister of Natural Resources appointed a 3-member ministerial panel to consult with First Nations on May 27, 2016, which reported back in November 2016, and the Federal Cabinet approved the Trans Mountain expansion in the national interest on the 30th that month. When multiple legal challenges and protests started immediately, the Liberals assured all Canadians that their review and approval would withstand a court challenge, and they specifically cited the ruling on Northern Gateway as the impetus for their process that they claimed would guarantee the Trans Mountain expansion would proceed. But the Federal Court of Appeal said the Liberals' consultation with First Nations on Trans Mountain between May and November 2016, quote, fell well short of the minimum requirements. It confirms a total failure of meaningful two-way engagement while misleading participants and a failure to attempt accommodation by the Liberals with First Nations, just the latest in a long pattern of the Liberals saying one thing and doing another. The other major part of the ruling is the consideration of the impact of tanker traffic on orca whales. What's galling is the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans said he would come back to Cabinet, quote, with precise regulatory elements that will ensure that we have mitigated the effect of the noise and things like access to prey, Chinook management, and ensure land-based pollutants that contaminate certain bodies of water in which these whales are resident are reduced and or eliminated at the same time of the Liberal approval of Trans Mountain. The minister then failed to introduce any of it, denying a key defense for the Liberals' approval because of yet another failure. The minister should have been on top of it and prepared, because the fact is, the risk isn't exclusive to Trans Mountain. He himself, on September 12th, said, quote, you have to put this in context. The noise from a container ship is no different than the noise from an oil tanker. And there are between 300 and 3,500 container ships that come into the Port of Vancouver. There are thousands of BC ferries, and there are tens of thousands of recreational boaters out there. So if you are going to save these whales, the mitigation has to be much broader than a few more oil tankers. It has to relate to how we're managing shipping generally. That's what the minister said, and he failed to do anything about it. As of today, the Liberals have still failed to provide a comprehensive plan and even blocked the mutual requests of Conservative and NDP MPs for emergency meetings of both the Natural Resources and Indigenous and Northern Affairs committees for ministers to explain their failures on the Trans Mountain Review, to answer for the $4.5 billion tax dollars they spent, and to account to the pipelines owners because of their failures, now all Canadians, their next steps to get the expansion back on track. Western Canadians are angry, frustrated, and they feel betrayed by the Liberals. And the majority of Canadians across the country who resoundingly support the Trans Mountain expansion are losing hope. And no wonder why, when the Prime Minister said Canada should phase out the oil sands, and that he regrets Canada can't get off oil tomorrow, and that he defended tax dollars going to summer jobs explicitly for activists to, quote, stop the Kinder Morgan pipeline and tanker project. And what's especially disappointing is the way the Prime Minister and the Liberals' failures are sacrificing the best and national interests of Canadians to obstructionist activities initiated and funded to serve the national and competitive ambitions of other countries and Canada's competitors. The Financial Post, the Vancouver Sun, the Globe and Mail, and multiple other media outlets have reported on a document dubbed the Kinder Morgan Action Hive proposal, penned by 350.org, a foreign anti-oil protest group, which outlines a strategy by an anti-energy coalition to block the Trans Mountain expansion. The Financial Post revealed Tides Canada has, quote, granted $40 million to 100 Canadian anti-pipeline organizations, which in turn fight to stop Canadian energy development and access to export markets. In 2016, Tides Canada quietly shut down their international donation matching system, which allowed U.S. donors to donate to the Canadian Foundation but still receive a tax receipt for the U.S. Foundation. On September 12th, it was reported the City of Burnaby has spent $1.12 million in legal costs to fight the Trans Mountain expansion since 2014. The only objective of these efforts is to stop the pipeline altogether through death by delay, using every tool in their toolbox, as they said they would, not to achieve a reasonable, evidence-based conclusion in the broad best interests of all Canadians, and nothing will ever earn a so-called social license from them. That's why every MP needs to vote for this legislation for Canada. The purpose of Bill S245 is to declare the Trans Mountain Pipeline project and all related works to be for the general advantage of Canada, a declaratory power that has been used more than 450 times before to enable major approved infrastructure like bridges, railways, and electricity. Once the power is used and affirmed by Parliament, all secondary works and everything related to the construction of the pipeline, including all local roads, bridges, power connections, the terminal, and its ongoing operation and maintenance, would be in federal jurisdiction, which is important given existing threats right now to attempt to restrict the volume in the expansion, even if it does ever get built. This is an important preventative measure for certainty. And on September, the City of Burnaby says, quote, there are still possible challenges going ahead. The BC NDP talk about attempting to restrict that flow for future BC governments. So this bill would mitigate future obstructionist attempts by other levels of government and clarify challenges and disagreements over jurisdiction, providing certainty that there will be no further successful impediments to the project's completion. It would also give a strong signal to the private sector that Canada will enforce the division of powers, jurisdictional rights and responsibilities, and stand up for Canada's national interests with real action to give certainty that when an approval and permits are granted in Canada, it actually means something. Some have questioned the need for this bill and said that Trans Mountain is already federal jurisdiction. But as Senator Black made clear in his statements, in order to utilize the provisions that would place all of Trans Mountain's secondary work under federal jurisdiction, there must be an explicit declaration. It can't simply be implied that a work is for the general advantage of Canada. This was done in legislation 4 times through the Detroit River Canada Bridge Company Act of 1928, the Hudson Bay Mining Declaration of 1947, the Quebec North Shore and Labrador Railway of 1947, and an act respecting CN Rail, which provided for the amalgam of rail companies that formed CN Rail in 1955. In each of those pieces of legislation, there is an express declaration, and these are only 4 of the examples, that this work is for the general advantage of Canada. That is why Parliament needs to declare Trans Mountain to be for the general advantage of Canada, to reinforce federal jurisdiction. The reality is the Liberals had opportunities to pass this bill quickly this spring to avoid having to spend $4.5 billion in the Trans Mountain Pipeline, which will go to build pipelines in the United States. They blocked them at every attempt. They voted against 2 motions this spring calling for the Liberals to share their plan for getting Trans Mountain built. And most recently, they used that majority to block 2 parliamentary committees from getting the answers Canadians are demanding. Since they formed government, the Liberals have failed to give industry the certainty they require to invest in large projects, failed to get construction going on the Trans Mountain expansion this summer, which they promised, failed to find another buyer for the existing Trans Mountain pipeline, failed to consult First Nations adequate, leading to months of years of project delays and putting all the Indigenous mutual benefit agreements, work, hope, ambition for their future at risk, and failed to deliver the legislation they promised in the spring to get this pipeline built. I hear from Canadians that they can't trust the Liberals to deliver because their actions don't match their words, which is why the Liberals must clearly demonstrate their support for the Trans Mountain expansion today through action by passing this legislation. And they must tell Canadians the other concrete next steps they will take to get the Trans Mountain expansion built.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the Government of Canada, and particularly the Prime Minister, has been very clear in all regions of our country just how important the Trans Mountain project is to the nation. And that is something in which we have seen forward movement for a long time now. Now, we have, on the one hand, New Democrats that believe that we don't need the pipelines, and I'm becoming of the opinion, from the Conservatives' perspective, they're hoping that it doesn't get off the ground so that they can continue to be critical of the government. That seems to be the priority of the Conservatives. Because, Mr. Speaker, and this is really where my question lies, the Prime Minister and ministers and members from Alberta, myself, have been consistent throughout in terms of that sense of commitment that we continue to move forward for Trans Mountain, and yet the Conservatives never were able to get a pipeline built, Mr. Speaker, across the mountains. And my question to the member is, why should Canadians feel that the Conservatives could do better than what they did in 10 years when they weren't able to do anything, and we have a Prime Minister and a government that is actually moving forward, and if that meant buying, we bought too.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Well, they blew $4.5 billion, which was not actually the purchase of a pipeline. It was the purchase of existing assets, and they have no plan for the expansion. And Kinder Morgan has said very clearly they're going to divest all of their assets from Canada. So what that means is the Liberals have actually given $4.5 billion Canadian tax dollars to go to the U.S. to build pipelines there to compete with Canada as our now major energy competitor, while Canada still relies on them as their number one energy customer. And the Liberals have to give up this narrative about the previous government, because all it does is expose that they have no plan for the future and that they can't answer for failure after failure after failure. 4 new oil pipelines were built and constructed under the Conservative Party government. 2 of those achieved access to the Asia-Pacific, the Anchor Loop, by expanding access to the Trans Mountain pipeline, and one of them, Keystone 1, got to the Gulf Coast. Millions of new barrels of oil are rolling through pipelines that Conservatives approved, and as of right now, the Liberals have built none and added 0 to Canada's export.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member has spoken about her desire for this place to declare for the general advantage of Canada this particular pipeline. Now, the Prime Minister has said it will be built. I know this member shares our concern for fairness and justice in this process. I'm getting questions, Mr. Speaker, from Indigenous leaders and from coastal communities like mine in Victoria who fear the potential environmental consequences of a catastrophic spill of diluted bitumen. I want to know how I can answer them, and maybe the member can help me, when they ask how the Government of Canada can both regulate this, make the final decision, yet be the owner of this particular pipeline and pipeline project and yet be treating those people fairly. How can that work, Mr. Speaker?
Honourable member for Lakeland.
Of course, 43 Indigenous communities had secured mutual benefit agreements with the Trans Mountain expansion through years of work, and every Indigenous community involved in those agreements supports it and wants to see it go ahead. But this is yet another failure of the Liberals. On the same day that they announced their approval of the Trans Mountain expansion, the Fisheries Minister at that time said he would return with a comprehensive plan to mitigate risk in the area, to manage better the habitat and feedstock of orca whales, and to enhance both prevention and mitigation of additional vessels. The conclusions also were clear that the vessels and the traffic in that area will continue to increase. There are thousands of vessels there, in addition to the one tanker a day that will be added as a result of the Trans Mountain expansion. But the Liberals' utter failure to actually deliver on their promise, in addition to their approval of the Trans Mountain expansion, is exactly why constituents like his are questioning. I think it's also helpful to correct the facts on the pipeline, that it doesn't transport raw bitumen. It's actually unique as a pipeline able to transport diluted bitumen, synthetic crude oil, and a number of other upgraded and refined petroleum products.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today to speak to Bill S-245 at second reading, and to do so as a proud Alberta MP. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of my home province and my city of Edmonton. It's a place that values hard work and entrepreneurship. In fact, if you come to my riding of Edmonton Centre and you look up on one of our buildings, there's a huge mural that says, "Take a risk. There's nothing more Edmonton that you could possibly do." It's a place that celebrates inclusion, a place that believes everyone should have the opportunity to succeed. The Edmonton metropolitan region is one that has brought innovation and resource development to new levels once thought impossible. Mr. Speaker, you may know that I grew up in Morinville, and I have close members of my family and dear friends who work and who have worked in the oil sands, and I know firsthand the importance of resource development to people's lives and livelihoods. I agree categorically with what I hear on the doors every week, and that is keen and deep interest in getting our resources to market and ending the $15 billion a year haircut that our resource products get because we have only one customer, the United States. These are the same reasons that our government approved the Trans Mountain expansion project in the first place. We know that this project holds the potential to create thousands of good middle-class jobs and to strengthen the Canadian economy and generate billions of dollars in new revenues for all orders of government, and to ensure that we get a fair price for one of our country's most valuable resources. It would also open up new opportunities in Indigenous communities across BC and Alberta who support the project. There are also 43 Indigenous communities that signed mutual benefit agreements. Mr. Speaker, it is for all of these reasons and many more that we believe the TMX project is in Canada's national interest, and it's why we purchased its assets as a sound investment in Canada's future. The existing line generates $300 million in earnings every year, regardless of the expansion. So, Mr. Speaker, when legislation comes before us suggesting that, and I quote, "the Trans Mountain Pipeline project and related works are declared to be works for the general advantage of Canada," end quote, it's hard to disagree. We've said as much, repeatedly, in every part of the country. Yet it's not enough that the pipeline project expansion proceeds. It must proceed in the right way, and that includes filling our government's commitments to protecting the environment and renewing Canada's relationship with Indigenous peoples. The Trans Mountain expansion project is in the situation it is in today because of the failures of previous Conservative government. We promised that we would propose legislation that will move Canada forward and that brings more, not less, environmental protection and respect for Indigenous rights. Have the Conservatives learned that lesson? No. Despite court ruling after court ruling, they still fail to understand the importance of having strong and meaningful frameworks for pipeline approval in place. 10 years of Conservative failure to get our energy projects to other markets does not serve the Canadian people and does not serve the energy industry. With Bill C-69, our government will move Canada's projects forward based on doing things the right way and without cutting corners the way Conservatives did for a decade. When will the Conservatives learn that Canada cannot legislate its way out of its constitutional obligation to consult Indigenous peoples and out of its obligation to protect the environment. Only they know the answer to that, Mr. Speaker. On this side, we know that cutting corners has not worked in the past, and it will not work now or in the future. The Federal Court of Appeal found that the government's assessment of the project left room for improvement. Potential environmental effects of marine shipping were not properly considered by the NEB, a result of a flawed process created by the Conservatives. It also found that while we had an acceptable framework for Indigenous consultation, one that we brought forward in our interim approach to environmental assessments, the Crown did not properly execute that phase of the process. That is why today, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Natural Resources announced an important step in our path forward. He said that the government has instructed the National Energy Board to reconsider its recommendation, taking into account the effects of marine shipping related to the project. We will be directing the NEB to report within 22 weeks. During this time, the NEB will hear from Canadians and provide participant funding, which is open to Indigenous and non-Indigenous groups. We will present to the NEB recent government actions to protect southern resident killer whales and to implement the Oceans Protection Plan. We are committed to ensuring that the National Energy Board has the expertise and capacity to deliver the best advice to the government. To that end, we intend to appoint a special marine technical advisor to the National Energy Board. Mr. Speaker, our government has been very clear about its vision for resource development, a vision built on three key tenets: creating good middle-class jobs, protecting the environment, and Indigenous partnerships. And we see the Trans Mountain Expansion Project as part of this vision. But the vision is much bigger than that. We are committed to building a long-term energy vision with Canadians, one that transitions Canada to a clean growth economy. Canada is now a global leader in clean tech, and we are poised to be a clean energy leader as well. We have worked across sectors and across the country to build Bill C-69 with industry and with environmental groups, which moves past the Conservative way of ignoring Indigenous peoples and the environment and proposes a modern new way to review major resource projects, and a new framework to recognize and implement Indigenous rights in a spirit of respect, cooperation, and collaboration. Our vision is of more than a single pipeline, Mr. Speaker. It's about creating jobs for Canadians and charting a path for Canada's long-term future. A new course that recognizes the economy and the environment must go hand in hand. The Federal Court of Appeal confirmed that we had made a solid start with the interim principles we introduced back in January of 2016, but it said there was more work to be done. We understand that, and that's been our focus since we formed government in November of 2015. That's why we not only signed the Paris Agreement on climate change, we helped shape it as an ambitious and balanced plan for ensuring the environment and economy are equal components of a single engine that will drive enduring prosperity. That's why we also sat down with the provinces, territories, and Indigenous peoples to draft the Pan-Canadian Framework on Clean Growth and Climate Change, a blueprint for reducing emissions, spurring innovation, adapting to climate change, and creating good middle-class jobs across the country.
Mr. Speaker, that's why we're making long-term investments in clean technology and green infrastructure. That's why we're supporting science and basic research at unprecedented levels. And that's why we are making the most significant investment ever to protect oceans, marine life, and Canada's coastal communities. The $1.5 billion Ocean Protection Plan will strengthen Canada's eyes and ears on the coast, increase our ability to intervene in the unlikely event of a spill, and to support maritime research that is innovative. It will also strengthen and help us to make stronger partnerships with Indigenous peoples. It involves creating a joint committee for consultation and monitoring the safety of the TMX project throughout its life cycle. It's also part of our efforts to improve access by Indigenous peoples to funding for economic development, professional training, and to take advantage of opportunities stemming from the expansion project. Mr. Speaker, we acknowledge the importance of the energy sector for the economy and the environment. The TMX expansion project is a key component of a sensible approach to diversify our energy markets, to improve security for the environment, and to create thousands of good jobs for the middle class, including good jobs in Indigenous communities. But we must do things right. Thanks to the ongoing respect for our commitments to reconciliation with the Indigenous people and to protect the environment, and as part of our plan to build a better future and a better Canada for everyone. That is what I am proud to support today.
To attempt to mystify Canadians with bafflegab, blather, and blarney, our government will do the right thing and be respectful, rigorous, and get this done in the right way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Order. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
I oppose Kinder Morgan's pipeline expansion of the TMX pipeline, and I have since 2011. It would boost bitumen oil shipments through the Salish Sea in my riding from once a week to once a day through sensitive ecology that cannot handle a spill. That's all downside and no upside for BC's coast. And it is not in the national interest, and so I and New Democrats oppose S245. So since the Liberals announced that they are buying the TMX pipeline, I've had more inputs from constituents on this issue than anything else. BC people are telling me they feel betrayed by this Prime Minister. They're dismayed that the Liberal priorities are so stuck in the past, and they're angry that the Prime Minister has bailed out a Texas oil company a massive payout to assume on the taxpayer a risk that the corporate interest was unwilling to assume. And it dumps all the financial and the environmental risk on Canadians. This is all about the future of our country and our environment. So a fast reality check on some of the rationale out there. There is already a pipeline to Tidewater. There's no demonstrated market overseas for bitumen and dilbit, and there's no price differential. Even if there was, exporting raw dilbit would be exporting the good jobs that could go with refining and adding value, the jobs that the government says they're trying to protect. Solid bitumen eliminates the need for the Trans Mountain pipeline, and that is the most safe way to ship it anyway, is in solid form. No pipeline expansion means no social or First Nations impacts, and therefore no need to bail out Kinder Morgan with the $4.5 billion to $12 billion that this is estimated to cost. Certainly not a need to buy this aging 65-year-old leaky pipeline. And all the savings that could have come from not putting taxpayer money in that way, all the benefit that could have come to our country, it's deeply discouraging. And so I'm going to outline the reasons I think it's not in the national interest in the following areas: First Nations relationship and our constitutional obligations. Secondly, endangered species. Third, climate change. Fourth, oil spill risk. Fifth, fossil fuel subsidies. And sixth, coastal jobs. So starting with endangered species, the federal government has a clear responsibility to protect species at risk. It was a 2012 court order that told the government it needed to put measures in place to protect the habitat of the orca. The number one impact that was identified in the National Energy Board review, as meager as that review was, it did say that the shipping noise impact was unavoidable and without remediation. The government went ahead and approved the pipeline anyway. The important thing for you to know, Mr. Speaker, the shipping noise interferes with orca whales' ability to communicate with each other and for them to locate the fish, the Chinook salmon that they feed on. And so their numbers, since the court ruling, were 87 members of the Southern Resident Orca Pod. It's now dropped to 75, and this summer, international headlines focused the world's attention on the plight of this endangered species. The fact that environmental groups just last week filed another court lawsuit against this Liberal government for its failure to protect the orcas, says that its vaunted Oceans Protection Plan is not helping orca yet. First Nations consultation. For the finance minister, the very day of the court ruling, to say the pipeline will be built, and by the way, will also consult First Nations leadership, again says this government does not get it. You cannot say we're going to consult, but we've already decided what it is we're going to do. So, again, we just keep hearing this is the most meaningful relationship that the government has is with First Nations, and yet they continue to be pushed to the side. And again, it's particularly coastal First Nations that I'm talking about here. Certainly, I'm reminded by my constituents, this is not all First Nations, but in my own riding, leadership is extremely concerned and oppose the approval and expansion of the pipeline because of the oil tanker traffic. Here's a message that I got this morning by text from my friend Doug White III. Waltzelton is his Coast Salish name, his Hulkaminum name. He is a former chief of Sanemo First Nation, and he is an elected councillor now. He says, quote, Sanemo has been frustrated that while Kinder Morgan and the National Energy Board said the project ends at the Burnaby Terminal, and Kinder Morgan has no responsibility beyond that point with respect to tanker shipping of bitumen through the Salish Sea, which represents a total risk of the way of life of Salish peoples, they've taken it upon themselves to unilaterally define the project as being in the national interest without ever sitting down with Sanemo to discuss how the foundational pre-Confederation Treaty of 1854 structures such a decision. Completely ignoring and effectively denying the Treaty of 1854, particularly its powerful protection of fisheries in the Salish Sea, is the opposite of reconciliation and recognition. Even the colonial governments of Vancouver Island in the 1850s knew the basic legal and political reality that they could not extract resources of Vancouver Island without establishing a proper relationship premised on recognition and respect of the continuity of Indigenous control and decision-making about their territories and resources. That is why the Douglas Treaties were established 160 years ago. We have to ask, is the current approach of the current government of Canada less than even a colonial government of the 1850s? The answer is clear. End quote. That is a condemnation and a huge damage to the national interest, which is of true reconciliation. It's the only way we can move forward. Climate, so much has been said on this. I'm reminded by my constituent David in Nanaimo. He wrote to the Prime Minister, your government says this Texas Oil Company's pipeline is in the national interest. We believe that having a safe climate is in our national interest, and the two are not compatible. End quote. I could not say it better myself. The disaster that is climate change barreling down on us while this government has still failed to do anything stronger than adopt the emission reduction targets of the Harper Conservatives is a deep betrayal. That would be the true national interest, to truly act strongly and reduce climate change emissions. Oil tanker safety and protection of the coast. The waters that I represent are one of the 4 areas in Canada with the highest probability of a large oil spill, said the 2013 Federal Tanker Safety Panel of Transport Canada. It is one of the 2 areas in Canada with the highest potential impact of a spill. And so, yes, since 2009, as chair of Islands Trust Council, I've been writing to the federal government when it was the Conservative government, saying, please tell us that you are studying the impacts of dilbit, of diluted bitumen, in the marine environment. That evidence was blocked from the National Energy Board. I've been asking repeatedly in question period the Liberal government to take action, and they have not. We have no demonstrated way to clean up dilbit in the marine environment, especially in a place with the speed of currents and the rise and fall of tides that we have. My constituent Mark wrote again to the Prime Minister saying any spill in the oceans surrounding Vancouver Island and the Strait of Georgia would be a national disaster. I agree with him, not in the national interest, but a national disaster. This also breaks the promise that this Canadian government has made to eliminate fossil fuel subsidies. That was a promise made to the G20. It's been repeated again and again. This government has been fighting with the Auditor General these past 3 years. It won't show the evidence that say that it's acting on fossil fuel subsidies, and certainly the purchase of the Kinder Morgan pipeline for $4.5 billion is evidence of further breaking of that fossil fuel subsidy promise. And what that money could have been invested in instead, redirecting fossil fuel subsidies into establishing coastal jobs, green, sustainable jobs in renewable industries, would really be keeping all of our promises. And so much is on the line for us on the coast. A UBC study in 2012 said the potential impacts of a large oil tanker spill could lead to as much as a 43% loss of employment in the province's coastal industries. 20,000 people on the Lower Mainland could be affected by a spill. As much as $687 million in damage to the GDP from a single spill, again identified by UBC. And so in closing, I say again, this is not in the national interest. As a kayak guide, I've had the great privilege of exploring so many of Vancouver Island and BC's wild places. I'm deeply determined, along with my constituents, to stand up and protect the coast, and investing and accelerating Kinder Morgan's oil tanker traffic is absolutely the opposite of the national interest, and I hope this House will agree. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to rise today and add my comments to this very important debate on S245. And I would like to note the comments from my colleague from Lakeland as she kicked off the debate, where she very articulately laid out this particular project, the timeframes, and some of the history. So I'm perhaps not going to redo what she said, but I hope to add some new comments to the debate that should be reflected upon. And I do think, even though the landscape has changed since this initial private member's motion in the Senate was introduced and passed and moved to us, it still remains a very important bill for us to pass here in this House. So again, the landscape has changed considerably, but we must and should pass it. You know, people forget, and I know perhaps in an ideal world we would not have any dependence on fossil fuels, but we continue to have that dependence. And it's not just the gasoline in your car or the jet fuel that brings us back and forth to Ottawa. It's over 6,000 products require the use of the oil. So certainly in the short term and the medium term future, the world, not just Canada, but the world will continue to rely on oil and its products. And I do have a belief that there will be technological advances that will certainly create some solutions. I think the quote, though, from, it was Dave McKay, who's president for RBC, he says, Canadians are polarized about oil and gas when we should really be focused on how cleanly we can produce it, how safely we can transport it, and how wisely we consume it. And I think those are very important words. So I know in Alberta, they're working very hard in terms of how cleanly they produce. The discussion we're having today is how we can safely transport, and then it's up to every individual to look at how wisely to consume it. So we have a reality, and this government has decided to put all its eggs into one basket. And I think, first of all, the tanker moratorium simply means that people like Lac La Wam, the Eagle Spirit, have been cut off with no consultation into the opportunities that they thought might be there for them and their communities. And of course, that would be a northern route. So this bill is currently in the Senate and again cuts off opportunity to get oil to the seawater. Bill 69 has been suggested that it is the never build another pipeline again bill, and I tend to agree. The changes that they have made in 69 means that a pipeline will never be built in Canada again. That is a huge problem as we look at what's happening down in the States and happening across the world, that we have created, we basically landlocked resources, and in that medium and the short term, we are simply going to be uncompetitive. So no pipeline bill, I think, is important. But what people don't realize is look at the rail traffic. I live on a rail line. I was at actually it was a ceremony this week for a change of command for the Rocky Mountain Rangers, and 50 meters from us we had the rail line going straight through Kamloops with tanker car after tanker car after tanker car, right through town, right along the Fraser River. It had already come down the Thompson River, salmon spawning. So when you talk about safely transporting, it's relatively safe, but it is certainly much, much more safe to put the oil in the pipeline rather than sending it through these tanker cars right through the middle of town, right along the spawning channels. And certainly with our wildfires We've seen instability in the slopes. When rains come, we're having washouts. So certainly big concern about the enormous increase in the tanker cars that are going through our communities. And I think that does not even address the issue that we hear all the time from our grain farmers, from our mining folks, in terms of how the bottleneck of the rail system, as capacity is increasingly being used by rail for tanker cars to transport oil, we are bottlenecking our supply system, our supply chain. So that is a huge problem. I think, really the Northern Gateway and the TMX are really a tale of two pipelines because it's been largely decision-making by the current government. Northern Gateway went through its process. It was approved by the former government. There was a court decision, and the court decision that came out was very clear. And this Liberal government received that court decision, and it said that there were some things that needed to be done to improve consultation with First Nations. That was received by the current Liberal government. So every time they suggest that they inherited a flawed process, it was quite clear that it's not the process, it was the execution of the process with Northern Gateway, and it became much, much clearer that they did not learn the lessons from reading that report, in spite of the fact that they said they had, and they completely botched and flawed in terms of their execution of the duty to consult with the Trans Mountain Pipeline. In the first decision, it said you can't simply be a note taker. Northern Gateway, they had that information. What did they do? They sent someone with notes, and they were note takers. How is that actually looking at a decision and implementing it? This Prime Minister, this minister stood up time after time after time. There was no more relationship that's more important. We are engaged. We've had the best process ever, and they did the exact same thing. They sent someone who took notes, and they did nothing in terms of dealing with the issues that are at hand. So they failed. They failed the plaintiffs, the 6 communities that took them to court in terms of the duty to consult, but more importantly, they also failed 43 communities who had benefit agreements, and we're looking forward to the opportunities that would come with the construction of this pipeline and with this pipeline going through their territory. Mr. Speaker, about a third of the pipeline goes through the riding that I represent, which includes many communities, and it also includes many First Nations communities, and the majority of them had signed benefit agreements. After the decision came back down, I went and met with a number of both the First Nations and other communities. One group, they were having to completely redo their budget. They had counted on the benefits coming forward to them of this agreement. So they were sitting there wondering what they could slice and what they could dice out of their budget because they had a brand new circumstances. I met with another group. It's Simp Resource Limited, who, as construction has happened, and in the past, they have been responsible and supported in returning the disrupted land from the construction of a pipeline back to its natural vegetative state. You have companies that are growing trees as we speak, getting ready to replant, planning on the economic opportunities. You had camps that were being planned in terms of construction camps. You had cooks that were looking forward to their opportunities. These are real people. These are real jobs. So the fact that this government could not actually look at a court decision that came to them in 2016 and do the job properly is absolutely shameful, and they failed to execute. And when they say they had a flawed process given to them, it's absolute nonsense. They were told what they needed to do it properly. So please, don't ever, Mr. Speaker, let them say they were provided with a flawed process. The court decision was absolutely clear that the process was appropriate. The execution was flawed. So, Mr. Speaker, this is real consequences, real people. This matters, and I hope that when people are looking at this, they look at it for the benefit of Canada, not for the benefit of a small area. This is the benefit of Canada, and this does have benefit across Canada. And I certainly encourage all members in this House to not just look at their own concerns and interests, but look at it as a big picture, look at it for the benefit of Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, it's a pleasure to be able to rise and hopefully provide a little bit of clarity on the issue of the Trans Mountain project. It is of the utmost importance, and nothing, I believe, is going to ultimately change my personal thoughts. And this is someone coming from the prairies, but it goes far beyond the prairies. And I think the Prime Minister has done a fantastic job in just explaining that the Trans Mountain project is in the national interest. It's not just for one province over another province. It's indeed in the national government's best interest, because every Canadian in all regions of our country will benefit by this project moving forward. It has been really important from this government from day one to recognize that there is a very significant environmental component. There is a very significant Indigenous component. And, Mr. Speaker, we've heard other members, both in the Conservatives and the NDP, repeat something that we have been saying from day one. And that is that very important relationship between the national government and Indigenous people, Mr. Speaker, that we have turned a page since we've seen the election of 2015. This is a government that wants to move forward in a very progressive fashion, Mr. Speaker. Now, there is a difference between the New Democrats and the Conservatives and the government of the day in dealing with the pipeline. We do need to recognize a little bit of the history in order to get a better understanding of where we are today, Mr. Speaker. I sat in opposition benches when Stephen Harper, as Prime Minister, had the opportunity to advance or move forward this file and chose not to. Even though he himself was rooted in the province of Alberta, felt that there was no need for the federal government at that time to get engaged. Well, Mr. Speaker, today we look at this Trans Mountain project as a way in which we can ensure that our commodity is in fact getting to new markets. And that is a big issue for us because we are so dependent on going south with that commodity, with oil, Mr. Speaker, that we know that if we can expand that market, that we will in fact be able to derive a better bottom line for Canadians. And we need to recognize just how much that really assists. My colleague who spoke earlier from the province of Alberta, Alberta has been a great contributor to the Confederation through the oil royalties. Manitoba hasn't been as blessed in terms of having oil underground as the province of Alberta. And many would argue as a result, we have been a province that has been very dependent on equalization payments. Where do you think those equalization payments come from in good part? From provinces like Alberta that is able to export a commodity, and by the province of Manitoba receiving those equalization support payments, Mr. Speaker, we're able to provide the type of social programming that allows us to keep up at par with other provinces like Alberta, like Ontario, Mr. Speaker. Services like healthcare, quality education, social programs, and many other services, even environmental type of programs, all done in good part or with the assistance of things like equalization. Monies transferred, for example, to the province of Manitoba are billions every year. So when we talk about, the net benefits of the exportation of things such as oil, Mr. Speaker, it adds to the overall GDP and the production of one province, maybe a little bit more than another. And all Canadians benefit by it.
Now, that's something through equalization. You know, there are many individuals throughout Canada, whether they're from the prairies or from Newfoundland, Labrador, or every region of the country, that jobs are direct jobs and indirect jobs are given as a result of things that are taking place in Alberta, in British Columbia, Mr. Speaker, and we believe that those types of economic activities are contributing to Canada's overall well-being. We've got a Prime Minister from day one, even before he was Prime Minister, talk about the importance of Canada's middle class, believing that if we give more additional strength to our middle class, if we invest in our middle class, that we will have a healthier economy. And by having a healthy economy, all of us are raised in terms of our standard of living and so forth. So when the Prime Minister and members of this House say that that what's happening with the Trans Mountain project and how important it is that it moves forward, when we talk about that importance, we need to understand why it's in Canada's national best interest. And that's where we differ with our New Democratic friends, Mr. Speaker. And when I say New Democrats, really I'm talking about not universally applied, because we know that the Alberta NDP very much believe, and Rachel Notley's doing a fantastic job at trying to explain as to why it's so important for all of Canada to see this take place. But the national NDP, Mr. Speaker, do not want a pipeline. And I think that what they're doing is they're catering, Mr. Speaker, to a certain sector at a huge cost to all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And I would appeal to them to even look back in the days when they were the official opposition hoping to be in government. They seemed to be a little bit more reasonable in approaching major policy issues such as what we have before us today. And, Mr. Speaker, if they do that, there is no reason why all members of this House should not be getting behind what the government is doing on the Trans Mountain. I was so disappointed when the Conservatives said, no, buying out and securing the pipeline was a bad idea. I felt fairly good that day when I heard the announcement, Mr. Speaker, because for the first time, I believe we had a national government that made a very strong, powerful statement in regards to that particular resource getting to market. For the first time. And what did the Conservatives do? Well, they started criticizing the government because we actually acquired an asset that's going to ensure as much as possible that the job's going to get done, Mr. Speaker. So when it came time to stand up for Albertans in particular, but indeed all Canadians, what did the Conservatives do, Mr. Speaker? They went running behind Stephen Harper and took the Harper type of spin lines, Mr. Speaker. That was the result of what we witnessed firsthand when that announcement was made. And I say shame on the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, because day after day they tried to say, we want a government that's going to take action, a government that's going to move forward on this very important and critical pipeline. And then when the government did just that, what did the Conservatives do? Mr. Speaker, I'm disappointed, and I would hope that the Conservatives would get behind the initiative by the government. If they truly believe in the well-being of the Canadian economy, in particular, those thousands and thousands of jobs that are going to be generated, both in particular in Alberta, in British Columbia, and the agreements that are shaping up in terms of many of our Indigenous communities, Mr. Speaker, this is a project that is worthy of supporting no matter which political party one belongs to inside this chamber, with the possible exception of the Green Party. I've heard the leader of the Green Party speak on the issue, Mr. Speaker, and I suspect there is no changing that particular position. But I would like to think that the other two opposition parties, the other parties that have been around long enough, understand just how important the Trans Mountain is. This Prime Minister does. This government does. In fact, all members of the Liberal caucus, Mr. Speaker, in all regions of our country understand just how important this is to the national interest, and we are committed to pushing this file forward and doing it in the right way, Mr. Speaker. That means working with Indigenous people. It means looking out for our environment. But it also means, Mr. Speaker, delivering at the end of the day, and that is something in which we are working towards diligently, Mr. Speaker, and I believe it's only a question of time, hopefully, that we will see some better sense on the opposition benches in recognizing just how important this is to Canada's economy and indeed our social fabric. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to share.
The time allowed for the study of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence. It being 2:30 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Monday at 11 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.